Hi, I'm Hafiz Javed Iqbal and welcome to first project of our bootcamp where we are building 5 full stack applications using Nuxt. So in this project basically we will bring the different basic AI tools using OpenAI and Cloudinary. So let's see the project demo. First of all, if I click on this explore tools button and let me refresh. So you can see I'm redirected to this login page because the tools page is protected one. So if I click on again explore tools, I'm here. Let's log in with the Google. Let's click on this user. So here I am in the dashboard page. As soon as I'm done with the login, I am being redirected to the dashboard page. So we have 6 different tools. Conversation, a basic conversation between OpenAI model and ourselves. Code generation, where we can generate the code. AI article writer, where we will write the article, a complete article. I have to give the topic and I have to give the length. Blog title generator, where we will give the different keywords, where we want to write the blog, and it will give us the different title suggestions. A background removal, we will upload the image, then we will remove the background of it. Object removal, if I want to remove a particular object from the image, we will be using that. We will be basically uploading our resume and AI will give us the response as well. Now let's try one by one and we will see. So here I can say difference between cat and dog in 100 words. And if I submit, here we have the response. And did you notice I didn't refresh, but this is automatically being updated. So we will be implementing that. Here I can say a basic Nuxt for app, and I can submit it. Here we have the basic Nuxt code. Now let's try this article writer. So here I can say impact of AI on human civilization, and I can select the 500 words. So I can say submit. It is generating article for us. So here we have the article. So I'm not sure if you guys notice it or not. So each time I'm calling the API basically to the OpenAI model, we are basically incrementing this counter. So now here I can say keyword, basically same, I can say impact of AI on humans, and here I can select the different category. I know it's technology, and let's wait. So here it gave us some suggestions: AI revolution, AI and us, humanity in the age of AI. So are different. Now let's try this one. So by the way, these 4 tools were using the OpenAI. Now the next 3 tools, these 2 tools, object removal and background removal, we will be using the Cloudinary API. Again, for this one we will be using the OpenAI. So let's upload the image. So now if I submit, so you can see now the background is gone. Let's try the object removal. Notice these free tools are done, but we can do the magic. So here I can say let's upload the image again. Here I can say headset, and let's upload, submit. See, we got the error. Upgrade to Nuxt AI Pro, where otherwise I won't be able to basically call the API. And this is beautiful. We are not redirecting user to any page, anything else. We are just giving us this beautiful model, and by clicking on this thing, user will be able to move to the upgrade button. So let's click on that upgrade. We are being redirected to the Polar page. Here you can see the product details. I will tell you how you can write these beautiful descriptions. So let's enter the dummy data. These are basically the dummy card, a testing card. So I can say okay, and here we have that development stuff. I can say Pakistan, and here let's subscribe. We should be redirected back to the home page as well, and we should be pro user. And now if I click on these AI tools, explore tools again, I'm in the dashboard page. This counter is gone. We have this pro badge here as well. So now let's try this object removal. I can quickly say head set, then I can say upload my image, and I can say submit. See, I am without the headset, so this is good. So now let's upload resume and let's see the reviews. So I can upload my own resume and let's submit, and here we have the all the basically the suggestions about my resume. So here you can also see we have the background theme. Now if I come here into the billing page, if I come here you are currently on a pro plan, next billing date will be the September 22. So we can manage the subscription as well. If I click on manage subscription, I will be redirected to the again Polar page customer. Here I can cancel the subscription as well. If I see click on view subscription, and if I do cancel subscription, I can select any and I can say cancel subscription. First of all, I should be redirected back to the home page. No, I have to manually go to the home page, and here okay, we can refresh basically. And now if I go to the explore tools, and here I should not be pro user, that's I can refresh. I'm still pro user. Why? If I now again click on this billing date, here you can say I am on a pro plan, but it will be cancelled on September 22. So after September 2022, I will not be pro user. So because I have paid for the first time, so that's why I'm still pro user, and it will be cancelled on this date. For tech stack, for the first project, for UI, I will be using the NuxtUI. For session management and authentication, I will be using the Better Auth, and then for payment, I will be using the Polar. So Polar, I will be using the basically the plugin of Better Auth for Polar. So it will be much easier. And then for the database, we are using SQLite along with Turso. So here you can see we will have the real-time database, all the user details while showing the demo. Here we have all the details. And for ORM, I will be using the Prisma. For deployment, we will be using the Vercel. And for API, so although we are using the OpenAI in terms of the whole API creation, but we can't get the API keys if we are not on the paid plan. So that's why we will be using the Gemini API keys, because Gemini have this feature. We can use the OpenAI compatibility feature from the Gemini. So we will be using both of these. And then for image tools like object removals, background removal, we will be using the Cloudinary. Now let's deep dive into the code part. So let's start the project. We will start from the scratch. I can come to the Nuxt website. So we can create the new, basically the project. I can come here. Basically we can copy this one. You don't have to go anywhere. I can copy this command, and then you can basically come to the location where you want to keep this basically the project. I will come to this development, and then YouTube, and this recordings one. Yeah, here I will create that. I can open the basically the terminal here within this location basically, and I can basically paste this command, and then here we are. Now let's wait for that. So here I can say yes, and here basically I can say dot, and here basically you can name the project. I can say Nuxt AI SaaS Recording. You can give any name, so this is for my own purpose. And here we are creating. Yes, by the way, here we also have preference. I will be using YAR basically, but you can use NPM as well, PNPM as well. It's your own choice. I'm using YAR basically because it's most common one, and it's kind of better than NPM. But by the way, most the good one is PNPM, but I'm using YAR because I don't want to complicate things. It's quite simple, and most people use it, so that's why I'm using YAR. Now let's wait, so we can install the dependencies. So after the dependency, it will ask some questions. So here, yes, I want to initialize the repository. I can say yes, and yes. Basically, next question is, would you like to install any of the official module? Yes, we want to install some of them. So as in this, we will be using we will not use Nuxt content, so I can move to this ESLint. Yes, we will use that ESLint, then yes, we will use Nuxt fonts, yes, we will use Nuxt icon, yes, we will use Nuxt images, we will not use scripts, we will not test utils, but yes, we will use this NuxtUI. So keep in mind, by the way, you can select, you can go on top by top arrow, bottom arrow, and then by clicking on space you can select and unselect that. Now this is unselect, I can click, NuxtUI is selected now. I can now click, and now it will install these selected modules for us. Let's wait for that. So we are done with the project creation. Now let's come to this, basically this I can say here cd Nuxt AI and SaaS recording, and now I can open this in VS Code. So here we have that. First of all, let me zoom in this so you can also see. So I can close this one, and now the first step should basically I want to set up the ESLint and VS Code roles. So first step, here I can create the folder called VS Code, and then within that I can say settings.json. I can paste that, and I will paste some my own settings, but I will basically describe some of them. So you can also see this is for Tailwind purpose. Then this is also for Tailwind. This we added for because we are using NuxtUI, and all these basically, by the way, instructions are mentioned in the Tailwind website and also in the NuxtUI website as well. So for example, if I go to the NuxtUI website, NuxtUI. By the way, let's open this side by side, this one and this one, so we can have a quick review. So if I come here and if I say get started, and here you will find the the basically all the settings for VS Code and everything here. These are from here, so I have that everything here. Then basically I am disabling the prettier format on save, and then I'm also basically saying I don't what exactly to do when we do the save. And then basically here I am disabling the ESLint as well, the built-in. And these are my own rules. Basically you can basically change according to your own requirements. So I have this my own rules. Next step is to basically I can save that, and next step is to basically I have to add some stuff here. So I can say, so this is, by the way, is also optional. So these are my own basically, because everyone has his own preference. It's not compulsory for you. It's total. These steps are totally optional, but it's good to have. So here I'm saying, there is no need to give warning if we have multiple root elements, and same goes to the multi-word component names. And then here this one as well. So I'm saying we can off this thing, and then how many attributes in one line, and what should be the multi-line step, whole everything you can search about them. These are basically my own rules and my own preferences. And now the last step about these ESLint settings, I can come to this Nuxt config website, and here I can say ESLint, and here I can say config. Then I can say stylistic, and here I have to add, I want to semicolon for everything. Then I can say quotes, I want to use double. I'm not fan of single quotes. And then I can say ident should be tab. That's it. Now I can run this project. I can say yarn def. Let's see how it goes. I can open that here. We can close this one, this thing. So project is running. So now let's commit this thing. I can say git add git commit -m basic setup and CLS clear. So now we have that basic project. By the way, this is the live website, and if I show you, basically we will start from the authentication part, not from here. So I can log out. Basically first we will start from this page, the auth UI, registration and the login page. So let's start from there. First of all, I can create the pages here. So here I can say pages, and here I can say not index because it's the auth, but I can create the index.view file as well. So here I can say index. So here I can say vbase. As you can see, by the way, these snippets are from this extension, Vue VS Code snippets. You can install that. So if I come to this extension, Vue Code snippets, this one, this one basically, not this one. I'm using this one, Vue VS Code snippets, and we have different setup, and it's basically shortcut. So here I can say home page. I can save that. And now if you see the route of this registration and login page, it's basically auth register. So what I will do here, I will say auth and then I will say register dot view, and same go to the login as well. So I will say login dot view file. So here I can say vbase login page. I can save that, and here I can say vbase, here I can say register page. If I refresh, by the way, each time I save, this should automatically format because we have set up for that, but it's not. So for that, in order to work, I can refresh this window, Control Shift P, and if you are on Mac, then you can say Command Shift P. And now if I change something, now it is automatically formatting. See, notice that. And if I say save, and it is automatically formatting the code for us. You can customize settings within this or within this ESLint. It's totally optional. You can search on that. So now we have these pages, and now let's first of all, if I come here in the first of all I have to add, as we are using the basically the NuxtUI, so instead of simple div I can say U app, here one as well. And the next thing, I can remove this Nuxt welcome. This is basically the built-in component, you know, the everything we are seeing here, this is belong to the Nuxt welcome. So now this whole thing, so here instead of Nuxt welcome I can say Nuxt page. And if I save that, now basically every route we are creating here, it will be displayed here depending upon which page we are seeing. So now if I refresh, we should see the home page. See, we have this home page. Now if you see, this is the login page, right? You can say auth page. And now if I go to the home page, this is home page. If you see here in home page, we have this the nav bar, and then we have this content. So if you header is kind of the same thing. And if I go to that's why we can, and if I log in, basically if I log in and if I say login, okay, I can log in with GitHub. Oops, if I go to this one, here we are. So now here we have a different kind of settings. Basically here, yes, we have this header, but we also have the sidebar as well. So the purpose of saying this is we can create different layouts based on the different conditions. So the how we want to structure our page, we can create the layouts. This is also the feature of Nuxt. So I can also create here another folder called layouts, and within that I will say the default.view. I can go to the home page, and here I will say div, not instead of this I can say vbase TS setup, and here I can say class, I can say minimum h screen. If I hover on that, flex. So if you see, it's not basically giving me the auto suggestions. So the problem is I missed one thing while basically setting up the NuxtUI. So if I come here, these are the steps we have to follow. Obviously, if I come here in the nuxt.config file, we have this NuxtUI. This is already set up, but the next steps are to basically to have this, the assets file as well. So how I can do that? Basically, I can come here just like they have this import tailwind CSS. I can basically copy this one, and I can come here. And by the way, before that, you must install this VS Code Tailwind IntelliSense extension, and then it will work. Otherwise, it will not work. So here, basically, you can read more documentation about this one as well. And now you can come here, and within this app folder, we can create this app assets and CSS file. So here I can say assets, then I can say CSS, and then I can say main.css. I can create that, I can paste that code, and I can save that. And now I can come here in the nuxt.config file, and here basically we already did this step, and here I can simply say CSS and then use that. After this one, I can save that, and let's see, it will automatically restart our project. And now if I come here, this should basically work. If I see, yes, now it's giving us the auto suggestions. So now I can say flex, then we will have flex column, and then we will have the items center, and then we will have the position will be relative. After that, we will have the nav bar. So here I can say nav bar, and for now I will simply say navbar, and after that basically as you can see this will be our navbar, and then we will have the other content. So after navbar I can say div, and it will take a complete height, so I will say class, I can say flex 1. So the navbar will take the height as much as it needed, other the other part of it will take whole height, that's why flex 1. The padding from top will be 16 because that will be the our height of basically the navbar, that's why we are choosing that. And then we will have the width full, and then I will say on basically a small devices the width should be auto, and here we have to use the slot. I will save that, and now I have to come to this app and I have to wrap this page basically to the layout. So I can say Nuxt layout, and then here, and let's save that, and let's see how our page will look like. At the top we should have navbar because yes, see, you can see that because we have that. Now let's design basically the registration page, this one auth and login page. First let's do the register page. First here instead of this one I will use this u container component, and we will have these items. So you can say it's vertically, and minimum width is this one, some paddings and all that stuff. And then we will have, if you see, this is the card component from NuxtUI, so we will use that. We want to give some the maximum width should be this one, around 448 pixel. Then within that we can have the basically you can all explore basically on your own because these are the UI parts. So although I will go step by step, so you don't have to basically you can follow along, but will not be explaining these parts that much. And then we will have this header, and here if you see we have this heading, welcome to the NuxtUI, or in case of this one we will say create account, and that's why we have that. And if I save that I should be able to see that here as well. Now if I go to the auth register page, if I go to that, see I can see that. And by the way, if you see here we have the light theme, and here we are seeing the dark theme. We can disable that by if you want light theme, as we currently we don't have, you have to come to this application local storage, and you can basically delete this one. Here either you can say light, if you say light, and if you refresh this should, now we have the light theme. So basically Nuxt save this one in local storage. Now let's move and continue with the design. After that, after header, here I can say div, and we will have the class, the space vertically and horizontally should be 4, vertically the distance between vertically. Then we will have those two buttons, and these are side by side. I can basically here instead of is loading I can simply say false, and here I can, this one I can totally remove, you don't have to worry about this. And if I save, you can see that we have this Google button and GitHub button. And by the way, the icon I'm using are the simple icons Google, and this one is also simple icons GitHub. You can use any icon you want, and for that you can come to this iconified design website, browse icons, and for example you want tabular icons, you can click that, and for example you want this icon. So there are a lot of ways to use that. One way is the way this one I simple icons, and then the name of that thing, the just like if this is the way. By the way, they have different ways how we can use that. This is Uno CSS, whatever you want. Basically we're using this approach because that's how the NuxtUI team is using, so that's why I'm using by this way. Now let's move forward. We have the separator after that. So after this div I can say separator, I can save that. Here we have that separator. This is also built in NuxtUI component, and then we will have the form. So here in form, if you see in registration, we have the name, we have email, we have password, and then we have the confirm password. So that's why we can create the schema for that. So now if I come to the NuxtUI website, and if I go to the form component, how it's working, if you see they use Zord for validation, we will also use that. But if you see no validation libraries included by default, we have to install that. So we can install this Zord thing. So let's close this one, and I can say yar add Zord. Now let's run the project again. And by the way, if you see this one, so I can copy these lines from here. I can copy that, this one as well. I can copy that and I can come here in the script part. I can paste that here, but obviously we have to change this schema and the way we want to think. First of all, this is I think outdated. So here instead of z.string dot, I will simply directly use z.email, this one. But as we have the name as one as well, so here I will say name. I can basically use I can copy paste that the schema we will be using, and you can see that as well. So here I'm saying name z.string trim, remove the space from start and from end, and then the name is required. So that's why I said at least the name length should be 5 character. If we don't have, then we will be showing this error. Then same goes to the email. Then for the password, we are saying 8 character is at least minimum. And for confirm password, although it's not required, but in theory it seems it's not required, but it's required. How? Basically here we are saying this is the magic of Zod. Here we are saying we can define that. Basically you can explore the Zod. It is to validate form validation. We use heavily, so you can explore that. But here we are saying take the password and confirm password and compare that. If they don't match, then basically we will be throwing the error at the client level even without submitting the form. So that's why we are using that. And then instead of state here, so here if you see, basically we have defined this schema just like here. Then we have extracted the type from this, basically the schema we created. Now we have to create this state. So here in state I can say simply this one. We have email, we have password, name and confirm password. If I save that, so now I will come here and I will start the form, because for form we need everything. So just like here, if you see for form we have to pass the schema and everything, state and everything. So I can come copy this form, and after this separator I can simply say this one, and I can remove this one because we have to create that, but everything otherwise it will work fine. So we have passed the state and everything. First field is basically the name, so I can come here and save that. And by the way, if we come here, we should see all those fields here, newly added field here. Yes, we have that name. And if I do that, let's wait for it's still reloading. And yes, see, we are getting that error we have defined even without submitting. For email, we have email field, and I can simply mention that here. So we have email field as well. Then we have password field. I will simply say password, this one. And then we have basically the confirm password, this one. And then at the end we have basically the create account button. I can simply say you button. And then here basically for type, not here, I can say create account, and then I can define different attributes. I can say type should be submit, then the color should be primary, and the width should be full, so that's why I can say block. So if I save that, I can see that. Now this one thing is basically here we have the black as primary color, and here we have the green. So how we can change that? For that, first of all, I have to create this. By the way, this is also a complete section here. If I come here into the NuxtUI website, and if I come to this theme, so here you can see the complete, basically how you can set up the themes. So first step is to basically, if we want to edit the theme, is to basically we can do that here in the app.config.ts file. So we have to create that within this app. So here let's create that, and here we can say the first, obviously one thing is mentioned here, if you see clearly, is if I search black, this thing is you cannot set primary block in your app. So we have to do this thing. So we will do that as well. So this is very important thing. So first, but we can edit the neutral color. So we will do that. So here I can say export default, define app config, and here within that I can say UI, then I can say colors, and then I will say neutral, it should be gray. Yes, this one. I can save that. You should see some changes here within that. So some colors will change as compared to the previous one. But here now if I come to the main.css file, So here I can simply say, just like they have mentioned how we can do that, I can simply copy this one, and if I save that, this should work. So we are saying by default the primary color is black, but in case of when we have dark theme, it should be white. And if I see now, you can see that now we have dark background color. Another thing which I want to change is, if you see the font family, we have here different font and here we have different font. How we can change that? It's pretty simple. Here I can say simply theme, then I can say static, and here I can say what font I want to use. I can say font sans, and here I can say enter. That's it, sans serif. Save that. Our font should change. By the way, this is the magic of Nuxt fonts. Remember, at the time of the creation project, we created this, we installed that, although we can't see that because it was merged, I think, within this NuxtUI. But this is the magic of Nuxt font module. You can read more about it if you come to the Nuxt website. If we come to the integrations, and if you search about font, this is the official module, and you can search more about it, how basically we can add the fonts and how they are working. It's good. And now you can say our register UI is complete. So but still we have to add this one at the end, the sign in and that tab. So now I can go to the register page, and after this create account block, after this U form, I can simply say, if we already have an account, then what should we do is basically we should redirect user to the login page. If I save that, and I have that, I should have that here. I can refresh. Yes, now if I go to the sign in page, I am in the login page. So but before that, let's also create the basic function, the submit function. We will not be obviously doing anything, but here I can simply say on submit, I can say on submit. Let's create this function just like that. We can copy that from here, just like we have here. I can simply copy this function and I can paste that here, but we will not be using this toast thing. And on submit, and this should work for us. So if you see now, all the errors are gone as well, and here we will be able to see the data we are passing. Obviously we will submit later because currently we are only creating the UI. So here you can see that. So let's see that here, and if I go to the registration page and let's submit the data, try to submit. If I come to the console, and if I create account, first of all I have to enter these values. So I can say Hafiz 6, and then if I enter the password here, so now the passwords are matched, and if I say create account, here I can see the data which I am entering here. You can see that. So this is working fine. Now let's create this login page, as it will be just like a registration page. So I can simply copy this registered page, and I can come here into the login page, and I can simply paste that here. But obviously I have to edit some stuff. First step is, obviously, instead of create your account, I can say welcome to Nuxt AI. I can save that, and let's see how it will look like. So here you can see that we can see the changes real time. Second thing is, we will not have obviously the name here within the login page. Oh sorry, not this one. This I can completely remove this name field, and then basically after that we will have password. Even we don't need this confirm password here, and here instead of creating account I can say sign in, and here instead of already have an account I can say don't have an account, and here I will say create now, and here I will redirect user to register page. Let's save, and let's change the schema as well. The schema, because we don't need email name, basically we don't need this confirm password thing. Yes, now we are fine. I can remove this name and confirm, and yes, we are good. Now this should work. If I sign in, yes, I can see that. So we are done with the Auth UI. So let's commit that. I can say Auth UI, that's it. I can clear that. So now, as we have now the UI for basically registration and login, so now let's create the database and Prisma setup, whole DB related stuff, so we can create the first API. So in this module, basically we will set up the Better Auth, because we are using the Better Auth for authentication, and along with we will also set up the Prisma and SQLite. So now let's come, I can close this one, and this one. So now let's come here and let's come to this Better Auth website, docs, introduction, and then come here into the installation. You can read the docs, they have mentioned everything. I will try to describe as much as I can, and but otherwise you can explore the docs, they have everything. First of all, we will use the yarn, so we can install that. I can copy that and I can close this, and I can install yarn add Better Auth. So we are done with this first step. Second step is they have mentioned is to generate the basically the secret. So we can generate that secret here. I can copy that. Obviously this will be always be unique, so you can see after some time it's removed. If we do that again, it will be a unique. So obviously I will not be using that in my DB, so you should be using your own. I will delete, I will use some other, so it will not work for you. So please generate your own, and then basically, because if you try to use this one, which I am using this one, it will not work for you. So I can simply paste that here, and then basically the next step is to set up this base URL, and we have to do that. And next step is we will do this later. First we have to configure this database, how we can do that. So we'll be using the SQLite. So if you notice that we are extending this object basically in this step as well and in this step as well. So obviously we will be using the Prisma. That's how it will work. So first I can create this thing here. So auth.ts file. So here within root of the project, not within the app, let's create another folder called server, and within that we will have another folder. Although they have mentioned we can create the lib folder or utils folder, but I will be using this approach within the server. Basically main thing is this part of the code should be in your server side of the app. So here I will have services, and then I will have Better Auth.ts, right? And then here I can simply copy this simple code and I can paste that here. And now this is the first step. Second step is to configure our database. We will skip that because we will be using this Prisma approach. So here it means I have to install the Prisma as well. So here now I can say yarn CLS, and I can close this one, and now I can say yarn add Prisma, and then I can say Prisma client. So we are done with the installation of Prisma as well. Next step here I can say npx, because npx I want to either I can use this one, maybe for now I can use this thing. So here now if you see, I can say Prisma client. Basically I have to import this thing, and then I have to say import Prisma client from I can say Prisma client, and here I can say Prisma client. That's it. And here now I can say I can generate new one, and then I can say database is Prisma doc. That's it. We will be using the SQLite, so we will keep that. And if I save that, so this is fine. Now we have that set up. The next step is they are saying create database table. So first step is to either we can use this CLI to generate, or they have what table we need. So if you want to create them manually, we will be creating them manually. So if I come to the database section here, these are the table basically Better Auth need no matter what we do. So in this we have to create these table in the Prisma file. How we can create that? First step is I can say npx Prisma init. It will generate the Prisma schema file for us. Let's wait. So if you see, now we have this new Prisma folder, and within that we have this schema file, and they also have extended basically this env file. No, they didn't extend it. We can add that here. So in this schema file, I want to remove this thing. I don't need this thing, but I need other stuff, which is basically, if I see preview features here, within that I have to add driver adapters. We have to add that, and then here instead of PostgreSQL, here I have to say SQLite, and here instead of this env database URL, I will be saying file, and within that here I will say dev.db. I will let you know how we can generate this file. So let's save. And as you know, basically for database we will be using Turso. So I can come to this Turso website, home turso.tech.app. Let's come here. Okay, they are redirecting me to my existing. So let's come to this, and I can simply say Turso. And let's come to this Turso.tech. Basically, why, if you come here, they are giving quite generous. So we can create 100 databases, 500 active database, total storage 5 GB, monthly rows. It's quite generous. So but still we will not be using that while developing. We will be using the local DB. Even so, we will save that as well. So if I come to the docs, and how basically we will be running this project completely while we are developing locally. So if you come to this local development, how we can do that. First step for local development is to basically, if you are on we have to create the Turso CLI. So in order to create the install the Turso CLI, if I come here into the Turso CLI, how we can install that. If you are on Mac, you can simply use this command. If you are on Linux, you can simply run this command. But if you are on Windows, this is very crucial. You have to install the Linux subsystem. Keep in mind, this is very important, otherwise you can't do that. So you have to create that as well. So first step is, even basically if you don't want to basically if you think I will tell you the both basically process. So now if I come to the docs page, if I go to the docs page, why it's not redirecting me to the docs page? Let me refresh. If I go to the docs page, yes, we are in the docs page. The first step is to basically to use Turso. The most important thing we need is Turso CLI. So in order to install the Turso CLI, if you are on Mac, you can simply install that using this command. If you are on Linux, you can simply use. But if you are on Windows, you must have WSL. It means the Linux on the Windows system. I already have that, but I can tell you how you can do that. I can say WSL install, and if I come here, if you can click on this first, Microsoft Learn Windows WSL install, and you have to simply run this command in your PowerShell, and that's it. Then basically they will ask you some steps, and it's pretty simple. You can install that. After that, you can run this command, and it will install the Turso CLI for you. The next step is to obviously have the sign up and login. I can do that first. By the way, imagine that you have installed the WSL. So the next command you have to, in order to verify whether WSL is working or not, if you run the WSL here, if you see, I have a different route and everything is working fine here. Even my distribution name is MNT, so everything is working fine. So here it means I am in the Linux subsystem. So here now I can say either login or sign up everything. So if I enter, because I already have the account, how I can do that? I can simply paste this login command, and it will tell me the different ways. Yes, here I can say instead of this one, headless. So if I do that, visit the following URL to login. So I can go to that, I can open that. Yes, I can copy that, and I can simply paste that here, and it should log in me. Yes, token successfully set, and now I can close that, and I am automatically logged in. Same goes to this one as well. So here see they have this setup for WSL if you are on Windows. So that's it. After the login, then if I come here into the documentation, and then to the SDKs, and if you see into this Typescript and JS, and then into the ORMs, then into the Prisma. So because we will be using the Prisma, so that's how Prisma and this setup will work. So if I come here into the YAR, so I have to install these packages. I can come here. Keep in mind, you should not be installing that here within this path in WSL. You should be installing that here in normal Windows system. So I will paste that, not like this. Why it's not formatting? Oh, sorry, CLS. I can make it bigger. And now if I paste that here, So by the way, we'll be only installing this one. We don't need this libsql client. I can completely remove that, and now I can install that. If you see, the next step are to basically either retrieve the database, as we will be, for now we are setting up this whole thing locally, so we will not use this thing, even we will not use this step. I will tell you how basically we can set. I can copy this one, and if I go to the .env and let's paste that here. So but we will be adding that here Nuxt as well, so I can add Nuxt. So I will tell you how we can get these values as well. So for as we are doing the local development, so here simply in this database URL, for now I can say simply this one. I will tell you how by the way, what's the purpose of this thing and how we will generate this file, don't worry. So the next step is to create this Prisma file. If I come here, we already did that, this is working fine. Is next step is to generate. So as instead of simply generating that, maybe I can come here and create the tables as well, which we need here. If you see, we need 3 tables: user, session, account, and then verification. I can simply paste these here and I can explain it to you. In user we have ID, just like here they have explained here everything: unique, name, email verified, boolean, image is optional but string created at by default is at the time of the creation, updated date at, sessions associated with this user, account associated with the user. The email should be unique, and we are, instead of user, we will say map it to capitalize that and user. Same goes to the session, nothing special. These fields are to basically link this session model with user. That's why we have that. Same goes to the account as well. This is to have the relationship between user and account model. So that's why we have these two. Otherwise, it's pretty simple. And same go to the verification. I can save that, and now I can run this command basically, which we have here, is to npx prisma generate. If I run this command, and if you see, it has created us for the Prisma client, basic client. And if you see, the next step is to create the adapter. So we can create that one as well. For that, how I can do that? I can come here into the server folder, and I can create another folder called utils, and within that I will say prisma.ts, and here I can copy this code and I can simply paste that. So here, instead of using by this way, I will simply say, because if you see, we have created this in env file. Why it's not saving? I can overwrite, I can save that, and now we have these two variables, and in order to get that, I can also define them here in Nuxt config 5 as well. So here I can say run time config, and within that we can define that here. I can say Turso database URL and Turso auth token here, keep in mind. So the purpose of adding this Nuxt was Nuxt can automatically handle them. Turso database URL, keep in mind this is a special syntax. You can't give any other name. This should be exact like that. env file, if it's here Turso database URL, then here we should also have Turso database URL. Notice the first one is the small, but the second word is capitalized word. You can say we are using the camel case. And same goes to the auth token. So keep in mind there should be the exact match, just like we have that. You should not be giving any other name, otherwise it will not work. Now I can save that, and here now I can simply come here in the Prisma, and I can say const, and here I can say use runtime config, and within that I can say Turso. Obviously for that I have to run the project. I can run that your dev, and now I should have that Turso. Yes, you can say we have that auto completion as well, token as well. So here instead of in URL we will be passing the Turso database URL, and here we will be passing, by the way, here I totally forgot to add another variable. So basically auth token, if we are doing the local development, the auth token will be undefined. So here I can simply say another variable I can create Nuxt. I can say public, this should be public, and I will say app env, and here I can say development. I can save that. Now I can come here into the Nuxt config, and after this I can say public, and after that I can say app env. and save. Keep in mind, if you change the env file, don't forget to stop the existing running project and run that again, otherwise you can have issues. So now I can come here into the Prisma and I can also import app env file. Oh sorry, here I have to say public, and then within that I can say app env, yes. And here I will add the condition. So if basically it's is equal to the development, then the token value should be undefined, otherwise we will say Turso R token. And here I will simply say export this one, and I can save that. Now keep in mind, in here where we have this Better Auth setup, instead of using this Prisma client, I can remove this one as well, and I can simply import Prisma from, if I say Prisma, this from util. So instead of simply here, I can simply say server, and this should work. So Prisma, and I can pass that here, and I can save that. And now as we have these tables, but we can't see the tables, so the next step will be to we are done with the fifth step. So now is to create the migrations. So I can copy this one, and let's have another terminal. And here, by the way, this init, you can give any name here. Main thing is npx prisma migrate dev, and then here you can give any name. We will be giving init. So if I give that init, you will notice different things. First, notice here within this Prisma folder we have this migration folder, and within that, if I see that here we have a whole SQL queries for creating the tables, and it is creating the tables for us. Second thing, if you notice, we have this dev.db file. This is also very important. So now obviously we have to apply the migrations. How we can apply the migrations? For development purpose, we can simply run npx prisma db. I don't know why this window creates this formatting problem for me. So now I can say npx prisma db push. If I run this command, now we have applied the migrations, so you can see that. Now how we can preview whether it's working for us or not? So I can simply say npx prisma studio. If you see, we should have all the existing tables here. Yes, we have that account table, we have session table, we have user table, verification table. So we will be able to preview each and everything locally without connecting to the Turso remote database. Now for example, you don't want to run this whole thing locally, you want to do remotely. Everything will be same. First step will be you have to install the Turso CLI, the same step. Next, you can come here basically into this SDKs, then into the Typescript, then into the Prisma. You have to run, simply install this one, and then you have to create the same variable just like we created. You have to create this one, you have to create this thing, you have to create this one. Yes, this how we can generate this database, remote database URL and R token URL. For that, you can go to this dashboard. Obviously, I'm already logged in. Maybe I can log out and tell you how you can do that. If I do the sign out, you will be basically redirected to the, as soon as you click on this dashboard page, you will be redirected to this login page. Now here I'm using login with GitHub. You can use any approach, either email, either login with Google. It's up to you. If I click on this GitHub, I'm logged in, and these are basically my existing the databases. And the first step for you will be to create the group. So I will create the here the group. I can say YouTube recordings, and here I will close because Mumbai is the closest to me, so I will select this one and I will say create group. Yes, name may only contain numbers, lowercase, dashes, and cannot start or end with a dash. That's strange. Maybe I have to say YouTube recording. I think create a group. I can create only, I think. Yes, I have this new group. You can select basically different. The next step is to basically you can create the database. You can come here, and for creation you can give any name. I will give Nuxt AI SaaS recording. You can give any name. You can select the group. I will say YouTube recordings. I will say create database. I am redirected this way. So this will be the database URL for, instead of, if I go to the env file, so instead of using this one, you will be using that URL. this one. You simply have to paste that. After that, how we can create the token, I can come here, I can create the token, and here I will say never, and you can create the token. Yes, here you can copy that, and here you can paste that token, and you can save that. So that's it. The most important next step is to, obviously, in order to generate the migrations, basically create the migrations, you have to run this command again. But in order to apply the migrations, you cannot, so basically you won't be able to apply the migrations by just simply running npx prisma db push. It will not work. In order to apply the migrations, the remote database, you have to run this command. Why? Because if you see, this is mentioned here, Prisma migrate and introspection workflows are currently not supported when working with Turso. So if you are working with the remote database, because here the local setup is, our local setup is not aware with Turso database. It's only using this dev.dp, which we have this file locally, and it's simple .sql file. That's it. It doesn't matter what we are using the remotely. So that's why for Turso it's not supported. So that's why this is thing, in order to apply the migration, we have to run this command. So what's in this command? Turso db shell. Here in this place we should have the Turso db name, and after that here instead of this thing we should have our own file name, which is this one, basically this thing. So I can copy this one and we can basically edit then, and I will tell you we can apply that here. So by the way, if I come here now in my own database, I can see I can't see anything, right? If I select this one, I have all the database, but here it's nothing here. So you will be able to see that once we will apply that. So I can simply paste that here, and obviously I can copy this file, I can say rename, and I can copy that, and here after the migration.sql I can remove this one, I can paste that here, and instead of this here I will say Nuxt AI SaaS, then we have recording. This should work for us. If I run this command, this should apply the migrations. Okay, something is wrong. Oh, sorry. Yes, this command we should be running within this WSL system. Yeah, that was the mistake. So I can paste that here. That's it. Keep in mind, whenever we have to use Turso CLI, because we have installed this within this WSL. So don't forget to, otherwise in this normal terminal of the window, the Turso will not work, because Turso CLI doesn't exist in window terminal. It's running in the Linux system. So I can run that. That's it. Now if I refresh this page, if I click on this edit data, I should see those tables. See, we have now these tables, empty tables. So I know this was little bit tough, but now we are smooth and we can move easily. So now we have these Better Auth basic setup, Prisma setup, along with the Turso setup as well. We have set up how we can run this project locally, how we can connect the database remotely. So now let's come to, I can close this one because our concern is local. So if I come here now into the Better Auth, so after that, so we have created this table. Now I can come to this authentication method. Now let's open side by side, and if I go to this server Better Auth, and in order to enable, that's it, because we will be using the email and password email. That's it. This is the only thing I have to do, and it will work for us. Email and password, I can simply have to say enabled true, and for GitHub we have to only do this thing, social providers and this thing. For now I can disable this thing, because I will tell you how we can get these secrets. It's pretty simple and it's pretty easy, but maybe for now we can only run this project. How we can do that? If I come here, they are saying a mount handle to how basically we can, obviously we are using the Nuxt, so we have to create this file within this location, API auth all that. I can copy this path, and in the route of my folder I can simply say new file, file, and I can paste that path here, and if you see, it has created this new file here within this here, and I simply have to paste this code. Obviously our code is in not in utils, our code is in server services. Here I have to say server, then into the services, and then into the Better Auth. That's it. And create, I also have to create the client instance. So we are using the Vue. So instead of lib.auth.client, I will be saying I will create the composable. So here within app, I can say composables. I can say use auth.ts, and I can simply paste that here. I can copy that, I can save that here simply. So now instead of export const, I will be obviously using my own composable. So here instead of exporting that, I will say export function use auth, and here simple one method, and here within that we will define this auth client, and here we will define that, and here we can basically return, as you can see here, we can return that sign in from within this method. So here I will say sign in, it should be auth client dot sign in, and then we have sign up, and here I can say auth client dot sign up. That's it. I can save that, and now that's it. So how we can use that? Obviously I can come to these pages, then into the auth, and then into the login page. So here when we are submitting the form, I can simply first of all import the composable. So here I can say is equal to use auth, and here I will simply say I need sign in, and here I can simply say const is equal to await sign in dot email, and then I will say into the email, here I have to pass, here I can pass the required, I can say email, it should be event dot data dot email. Same goes to the password as well. So here I can say password, and here I can say password. Then I can also pass the callback URL. I can say it should be home URL. And here if we have error, I can simply for now log in. I can say log error. Same will be happening with the registration as well. So if I come here into the register page, first of all I can import, I can say maybe I can copy paste. Let's not here, sorry. I can say is equal to use auth, and then here I will say sign up, and now I can basically copy this from login. I can copy this whole thing and I can paste that here, and here instead of sign in I will say sign up, and here we will also need name. I will say event dot data dot name, then I will say that's it. Yes, that's it. We don't need anything else, and let's save and let's see if it's working or not. First of all I can come here into the login. Let's also run the npx Prisma Studio as well, this one. Yes, we have that, and now let's register the user. So if I come here to create now, instead of office 6 I can say office 1 here as well. Let's enter the password, and now if I create the account, I think I have to refresh because our project is not running. Maybe I can rerun the project, sorry. Yes, now this should work. So here let's wait for complete reloading. Here I can say Hafiz 1, here I can say Hafiz 1, this one, and here let me enter the password. And if I create the account, in error we have nothing null, it means it works fine. So if I refresh, we should have the user here. Yes, see, we have this user. If I come here into the session, we have this session, so we have the account as well. So everything is working fine. See, this works. Now if I go to the login page just for testing, and if I enter sign in, I am redirected to the home page. See, because this is what we did when we are login, we are saying redirect user to the home page as soon as it is logged in. So that's it. That was simple. I know the previous steps like the setting up of Turso and setting up of the Prisma and Better Auth can be confusing, but it's simple. It's simple step by step steps. I know I have to mix the Better Auth setup and the Prisma, but it's not that difficult, and it's quite simple. But still, if you faced any issues, let me know. If you are watching on YouTube, you can let me know in the comments. But if you are on Udemy, because I'm still not sure whether I will be releasing these on YouTube or Udemy, you can contact me in support. I would love to help you if you stuck anywhere between these steps. And now let's also implement the GitHub login stuff as well. So for GitHub, if you see, they have mentioned this thing here as well. So how we can get the if you come here into the authentication, and if you come to the GitHub, so they have steps how we can get these variables. So I can go to this page they have mentioned. So you will be you can also click on this page and you will be redirected to this page. If you don't know how to come to this page, I can also tell you. So GitHub, obviously you can come to, first of all, you should have account, and if you come here into the settings, then into the developer settings, this at the end. Okay, I think you won't be able to see that because I am here, so I can close myself. Now you will be able to see this developer settings, and now you can come to the OAuth apps, and here basically you can create the new OAuth app, and here I can give the Nuxt AI SaaS dev, I can say recording, because I have to delete this one. And then basically if you see, they are saying what should be adding the home page. So here I can simply say my home page, because this is the dev application. And then here in callback URL, we have to use this one. By the way, while we will deploy this application, don't forget to change these URLs. I can say register application. Now we have this client ID, but obviously we need the env variable as well, so we can create that. So we need to, if you see, we need GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret. So I can come here into the .env file, and I can simply say GitHub client ID, then I can say GitHub client secret. And now let's paste this client ID here, and let's also see the GitHub secret. We can generate that. I can use my password, confirm, and I can copy that and I can paste that here, and let's save that. Obviously I have to do this in the nuxt.config file as well. If it will be simple here within that, after this Turso token, I can simply paste that, and don't forget to rerun the project, stop, and then rerun this again. And now if I come here into the login page, how I can do that with the GitHub. Here, instead of restructuring that, I think I made the mistake. I should be simply using auth, because we need that auth client here. If you come here, when we are trying to log in with GitHub, we have to say auth client.signin.social. No, I don't think we need that. So we can still work with the sign in as well. So here where we have this login with GitHub, where are you? Yes, here. I can simply say click is equal to, I can say sign in dot social, and I can here pass the provider, and provider is GitHub, and then basically what should be the callback URL. So here I can say callback URL should be the home page. That's it. It should work. So I can also copy this one in the registration page as well, and I can paste that here. If I save that, and if I come here, and if I go to the login page, and now if I click on this GitHub, if I click on that, oh sorry, I think I missed. First of all, here this is the mistake in the registration page. I should also import the sign in as well. This is fixed. Now I have to do this in the services Better Auth as well, because here we didn't do that, so that's why it's not working. And here, instead of using this one, I can import, I can say use runtime config. By the way, here I am in the services Better Auth folder, where we are setting different things. So here I can say GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret, and here I can mention that. So I can say GitHub client ID, and here I can say GitHub client secret, and I can save that. Now this should work. First I can refresh, and now if I click on this thing, this should work. See, we are redirected to this home page, and here we can authorize that. This will happen only the first time. I can authorize. See, I am automatically backed into the home page, and if I come to the Prisma Studio, and if I refresh, see, we have now two users. Hafiz Javed Iqbal. This is all my basically the GitHub related details. Even I have this avatar as well. See, we have two accounts as well. We have 3 sessions. We have within verification. There is no need, but Better Auth use this internally. So we are done with the authentication and registration module. That's it. Now let's build the dashboard page. If I come here, and if I go to the home page and explore tools, this is, by the way, live website, our already built website. So let's build this, the basic, this UI, how I'm not gonna build that. So for that, first step should be, I can create the layout, new layout, because if you see in this layout we have the sidebar as well. So I will create new layout. I will say dashboard dot view, and I can close this one, this one, this one as well. And here, so we will have the sidebar as well. First let's create the basic, this one, and here we will have the sidebar. Then basically if you see we will have this whole thing, the nav bar. So for that I can say the after sidebar we will have this thing. These are the classes. So here what exactly, these are not important. The height should be 100 vh. Main thing is this one, overflow hidden flex column ml 0 by default, margin from the left 0, but from bigger screen the margin should be ml 72. Why ml 72? Because the width of this sidebar is 72, and you will be able to understand more clearly once we will be done with that. So here within that we will have the nav bar, basically this nav bar. So I will say nav bar. We will have several components for them, so that's why I am creating these comments. And after that we will have the this bottom slot stuff. So for that I can simply say padding, overall padding, and then from the top, because the height of this nav bar will be 16, and our flow auto, so we can scroll between this whole block. So I can save that, and obviously we won't be able to see that anything because I have to create the page as well. So here I can say dashboard, and within that I can say index.view file, and here I can say vbase, I can say dashboard page, and one thing I have to say, define page meta. When we define the the default will work for every other page. If we want some other basically the layout, here I have to mention that. I can say dashboard, and if I can save that, and now if I go to the dashboard page, if I say dashboard, here we have that dashboard page. Now let's create the sidebar. I can come here, and here I can create the sidebar. So first here let's create within this here, and then we will create the separate component. So here I can say aside, we will use this HTML5 element, and here we will have some classes. It will be fixed. Then from the top it will be 0, left will be 0, transition will be all, then duration 300, and then hidden. By default it will be hidden, but from SM it will be block, and the width should be 72. And then within that I will have another div, and here I will say the classes, because if you see this one, here we have first basically I want to give some border and everything. So here I will say class at screen, then flex, because this logo and this thing I wanted this flex call, and border or from this one, basically border from the right, and then the border color should be gray 200, and on dark theme I will say the border gray should be 800. Now here within that we will have the logo. So for logo you can come to this lorem ipsum logo. If you search this, you will have this logo ipsum.com website. You can come here, you can download any logo from here. I will be using where are you, this one. We have this logo, so I can open, not here, sorry. So I will bring back the logo here. I can come here, and within this public folder I can paste that here. Oh, I can't. So I can bring that from my, where are you, public, yes, here we are. So we have that logo here. I can close that, and I can create a components folder. I can say components, and here we will have the logo.view file. So here within this logo file I can say vbase ts, okay, and here instead of simple div we will have the Nuxt link. So I will say Nuxt link, and here I will say we should, upon obviously this will redirect us to the home page, and then I will have some classes. I will say flex, it should be flex, then it should be items center, and the gap should be 2, because if you see we have this SVD and then we have this text icon as well. Then I can simply say this one. And by the way, for color mode, we can simply use this. This is already installed. Sorry, for using this use color mode, we have to install basically the Nuxt Vue use as well. So I can come here into the Vue use website, get started for installation Nuxt. If I come to the Nuxt module, how we can do that? I can simply run this command. I can copy that. I can come here and I can simply paste this Nuxt module add Vue use. If I run, why this is failing? That's strange. Oh, got it. Why it's failing? I can stop because I'm running this, so I have to stop that. This one as well. Now if I run this command again, this one, now it should work. So see, now that error is automatically gone, but keep in mind, keep just for basically if you save, you should have this module here as well in the Nuxt config. So and now if I come to the logo, and this is fine. So here what we are saying, so if the color mode, your theme is light, then we should not any add color. Otherwise we are trying to basically, because by default the color of this SVD is black, right? So if we are on the dark theme, I want to revert this back to the the white color. So that's why I'm using this approach. And if I save that, and now if I come to this dashboard, and here I should use the logo. So here I can simply say div, and I can give class h16, overall height, px should be 5, and flex item should be center. And then here I can simply use logo. And if I save that, this should work for us. We should see that, okay, I have to run the project as one as well, yarn dev. So now you can see that we have this logo and this right sidebar border as well. So next step is to add the basically the links. Maybe I can capitalize this thing, not this one, sorry, not to single one. After that, if you see, we have these links. So here I can say a simple, after this basically this logo, I can say, because this is the flex, so I can say this one is as flex1. So I can say class flex1. So it can take whole space, and we also want to overflow auto. And here, first of all, if you see, we have this separator, so I can add that. So here I can say use separator, this one, and after that I can say div, and here I can say class px3 and py4. So we have some padding between for this navigation menu from left and right and from top and bottom. So for this we will be using the, let's close these two, all of these. We will be using the NuxtUI navigation menu. So I can come to the explore components, started with view, doesn't matter, and we will be using this navigation menu, this one, this component, this one. So obviously for that we need all these navigation. So for that I can simply come here, and first let's create this a new folder called constants at the root of the project. I can say constants, and then here I can say tools.ts within that, and I can simply paste that the tools here. It's simple. This navigation menu I have to import from the NuxtUI, so I can simply say import this thing from NuxtUI. That's it, and it's simple. We have label, icon, and then do. The icon is lucid one, message scare. Then for code generation as well, lucid code. For AI article writer, lucid scare pen. For blog title, lucid hash. For background removal, lucid eraser. For object removal, lucid scissor. And for resume, we have the lucid file check. I can save that, and then now I can import that here. So I can simply say import from constants, and then we have these tools. So here I can say sidebar routes. So here I can use the navigation menu. So I can simply say u navigation menu, and here I can pass the different stuff. First of all, I can say pass items, and our items will be sidebar routes. Then orientation, I want vertical, by default it's horizontal. And then the class, this is very important. For vertical, I want to add this class. I can say data, and here I will say orientation. I can simply copy this one, maybe this whole thing, and obviously I have to remove these columns. Where orientation is vertical, then what should we do? We should say, I can simply say width should be full. That's it. And next last thing, if I save that and if I come here, this is how it is looking. Now if you see here, we have some padding from top and bottom and from left and right. How we can add that? If you come here, you can customize each and everything from props to, if you come here into the, I think, theme, here you can customize the different stuff. So in order to add the the different, we can add that here into the label and into this link stuff. So how we can add that? I can say UI, this is to customize, then I can say label, I can say py, it should be 2.5, and for link it should be py3. And if I save that, this should be exactly the way we have the, yes, it's same as this one. So this counter thing we will create later, because I have to explain why we are creating that and everything. Now let's create these boxes. Maybe I can save this thing and let's move this to the separate component, because we will be using this same sidebar into the responsive the mobile nav bar as well. So that's why it's important. So here I can create another component called dashboard sidebar dot view, and I simply have to cut and paste that. I can simply cut this thing. I can come here, let's create the base component, and I can simply paste this thing here. Obviously I have to import this thing as well. I can cut that from here, I can come here, I can paste that here, I can save that, and now if I come here, I can simply say dashboard sidebar. That's it. Now let's create this nav bar. So let's create the, here I can say in nav bar, I can simply say dashboard, instead of dash sidebar I can say nav bar, and instead of, now let's create this component. I can say within these components dashboard navbar dot view, and let's create the base component vbase, and now let's basically save this one, and let's save this one. Let's start creating that. First of all, if you see this, we have this height particular. So obviously here I have to say class, it should be fixed, height should be 16. And if I save that, now we have that error is gone. So now let's keep adding the classes. First of all, the top should be 0, and then the right should also be 0, the left should also be 0. But from when we are above the small on bigger devices, the left should be left 64. And if I save that, this is how, if you see, that's how it's working. So this is the nav bar thing, this is total separate from it. So this is the whole, this whole thing is sidebar, and if you want to see, I can simply add red color and you will see that. Why we can't see that? Okay, if I come here, and here I am adding that here ph2 screen, but I can't see that. So I think I have to refresh so we can see that dashboard navbar. Yes, now here we go. See, this is the mistake here. As you can see, for dashboard sidebar we are using what width? 72. So here in dashboard navbar I should also say 72 instead of 64. So I should say 72. Yes, now this is perfect. I can say instead of 250, so at least we can see that. Yes, a light. I can zoom in here, this for you, so you guys can see clearly. Now I want to add some borders and background colors, so I can simply add these. So first of all, this we have the background white, light, then on dark we are changing that, then some backdrop blur, some border bottom, and the border color on light and dark theme. If I save that, see, we have that border as well. So after that, let's make it another div, and here within that we will have U container from NuxtUI, and here we will have some, I can say, class. It should be flex, and then height should be full, item should be center, justify should be between, and SM justify and y on SM justify. And if you see, we don't have anything here, right? Everything is at the end. But if I basically go to the smaller devices, see, here we have this item, this button, which will be only visible on smaller devices. And now if you see, this will be one child and this will be one child, so that's why they are justified between. So that's why we are using this thing. So here now I can say, first of all, I can say if I'm on the small devices, here I should be able to see that button. button. By the way, another thing, if I come here and if I click on that, I can see this sidebar. How we can use the NuxtUI component. I can come here and I can use that component. How we can use that? If I will be using the drawer component from Nuxt. It's quite simple. We will use simply this thing. I can copy that and I can simply paste that within the container. So here obviously in button we will be using the icon. First of all, we will not have any label. Color will be neutral and the icon not trailing icon, it will be simple icon and it will be lucid menu. Instead of chevron up, I will say menu. And by the way, it will be only visible. I will say SM. On SM it will be hidden. So I can save that. Obviously here instead of simple content, if you see, we will have this separate header here as well. Then we will be able to use that basically. So here within the drawer we have different options. If I open that, we can customize that. Basically we can add the title, right? We can customize the slots as well. So in order to customize the slots, what stuff we can add. By the way, instead of hiding on by default, so at least we can see that we should have always visible here. So you can also see that. As we will be manually opening and closing that, so we will add that v model value just like here. We want to have that handle only, not this one. For slots, in terms of slots, we have header and every slot. So within the header slot, we'll have the basically the if you the close and the other button. So within that, I can say header, reuse logo component, and then open. So let's define that. So here I will say within this drawer, I can say v model open is equal to open. So I can say ref value. So I can say const open is equal to ref, and I can simply pass false by default, and here I can say open. Then after that, direction will be left, from left. Then I will say the handle should be false, and then I will say some customization regarding the header and everything. So it will be like this one. So for customizing the header of the drawer, we have it should be flex items. You can basically explore each and everything here for theme. So I am basically customizing this header thing. By default it has nothing. And then for container, this thing, I'm adding some classes. So now if I save that and if I come here and if I refresh, because I can't see this button, I should be able to see that. Yeah, here we have. See, now we have that. Now obviously after this header, we have to pass the body. So I can pass this body component. Basically after header slot, I can say template, and here I can say body, and within that I'll say div flex class flex should be column, and after that it's just the replica of this sidebar thing, exact same thing. So I can simply copy this thing. I can copy that. This is from the, by the way, sidebar. So I can come here and I can simply paste that here. That's it. And the only thing I have to import that here is this one. Why we have the problem? Sidebar routes. That's strange. Why I'm getting the error? So we have this. That's strange. Why? What is this error? Sidebar route. It's here. After this flex crawl flex thing, I can say flex, and then I can say our flow y should be auto, right? And then I can simply say separator and other things. That's it. If I save that, why it's not working? Even here I can see that this thing is it should be full. But why we have this thing? We can close this one. Why we have this error? Maybe I can reload this window. That error is gone. That was the same thing, and now it's fixed. And now after this, so we are done with this drawer component. But obviously, if I show you this one, by default, we have to add this one as well, these pages as well. So here after this drawer component, first of all, here I can again add the class. I can say SM hidden. I can save that and I can close this thing. Now we should not be able to see that button. Yes, we can't see that. So after this drawer component, here we can create this theme toggler thing. So let's create that first, and then we will create this user menu. So for that I can come to the components folder and I can simply say theme toggler.view. I can close this one. Let's create the VBase component. So we'll use this button. It's quite simple. You can also use this theme toggler from here as well. Do they have guide to add the themes? No, they are not. So yes, this color mode, sorry. I can simply use this thing. We can use this thing. So I can simply copy this one and I can paste that here, and then basically I can simply say use color mode. So here, this one, use color mode. For color, why this is creating the problem? Oh, here I have to say value, sorry, and here I will create our own method. So here, first of all, it should be neutral, and that's it. And here I can say upon click, I can say toggle theme, and within this method I can simply say const toggle theme is equal to, I will say color mode, simply mode dot preferences is equal to if mode dot value is equal to light. If it's light, then what should I do? I will simply set dark, otherwise I can say light. Let's save that, and let's come here into the dashboard nav, and after this basically I can simply say this one here, I can say theme toggler, and I can save that, and let's refresh. And if I click on this thing, yes, theme is being changed. See, theme toggler is being changed. Now let's create this drop down menu button, this one, billing and logout one thing. So obviously these are the static buttons, so for billing we need some stuff, but for now we will add this this static thing. So first of all, for creating this button, obviously here we need user details, right? So how we can get that? So I can come to the use auth button, and here, so if you come here, it's not that easy to get the user. So if I come here into Better Auth, and if you come into these integrations and then into the Nuxt, so in order to get the session and each and everything, this is how we have to do. So in user, for user, where is user? So they are not getting the user detail. So because I want to handle, this is a total separate module, by the way, how we will fetch the user and each and everything. So that for now I can simply create this button, and then we will handle this each and everything later. So whether user exists or not, for now I just want to simply create a simple button. So how I can create that? Let's come here, and I can simply create a simple button. I can say view button, and here we will have some, like, it's the neutral and each and everything. So here I can simply say it should be neutral. Then class, we will have the flex, item should be center, and gap should be 2. And if I save that, I should be able to see that button here. It's a small button because we don't have any label. So but here I can, within this button I can say span, and within that, here we will have the username. So temporarily I can say Hafiz. And then if you see, we have this button, and this avatar is also optional, so we can skip that. And if I save that, I should be able to see that button. Yes, I can see that, but as I have to open that, so for that I can use this drop down menu. From here we can simply copy this whole thing. I can copy, it's my bad, I should have used this thing earlier. And we can pass these items, and I can paste that here. I can move this to up, and let's save that, and this should work for us. Yes, we have this button. We will change this later once we will set up this whole, how we can do that, each and everything. But one thing I still want to implement is this logout thing. So here I can simply change this label to logout. Then for icon I will use this lucid, but still I will say log out. Yes, this icon. And on click, in order to add this, the click event, we have to add this. We have this method on select, and here I can say async. Then I can say it will be arrow method, and here I will say use auth. I can use that. I can say is equal to use auth. And here if I come here, I have to create another method called use auth, basically the logout method. So here I can say const logout, and here, by the way, we will be basically passing the optional parameter. So here I will pass redirect URL, redirect to, and the type of this redirect URL will be, here I can say redirect to, and the type will be route location route location raw. How we can get that? We can get that from the view router here, this thing. And but the default value it will be empty, and that's how it will work. Sorry, not this one, here, this one. So this logout method, it will expect this redirect. It's the optional, but the type of this redirect will be route location raw, but by default it's the empty. So here what I will do, here I can say await, I can say auth client dot sign out, that's it. And after that, okay, I have to make this async as well. And after that, here I can say if redirect to exist, then what should I do? I can say await navigate to redirect to, that's it. And I can save that. What the error we have? Okay, sorry, here it should be the optional. Yes, now it's fine. And here I can pass the logout method, and now I can use that here. Logout, not this one, sorry, logout. Yeah, here we are. And here I can say async. Here I can say await logout, and I want to pass the redirect. I can say redirect, and it should be auth dot login page, and I can save that. Let's see if it's working or not. I can come here, let's wait, and if I open this thing, I think I have to refresh. I can refresh, and if I open and if I click on this logout button, now it's I think being refreshed. If I click on logout button, yes, here we are in the login page. And if I again log in, and if I come to the dashboard page, and if I do logout, I am in the login page. So it's working fine. So we are done with the dashboard UI page as well. So as we are done with the dashboard UI, basically I have noticed I missed this Google login. So let's create that, how basically we can implement, because we are done with the GitHub. Let's also do the Google login as well. So I can come here into the Better Auth, and within Better Auth, if you click on this authentication, you can come to this Google. And as this, it has mentioned to use Google as a social provider. Basically we have to create the project in the Google Cloud Console. Let's click on this thing. So here, if you see, this is my project is selected, but let's create the new project. So you can also know how we can create the new project. Let's click on this one, and here I can say Nuxt AI SaaS recording, and let's create. Make sure this project is selected. Here it should be selected. Yes, it's selected now. So now let's click on this enable APIs and services. No, not, sorry, not here. Yes, here into the credentials. Yes, let's see what they have mentioned. Yes, credential, then authorized redirected URL. Create credentials. I can say API key. That's strange. I don't need this one. So here again, I am in this page. So here you have to come to the credentials, and then we don't need this for now API. Let's come here, and I have to click on this OAuth client ID basically, because we need that. So here I have to select the web application, because we are developing the web applications. And here I can give the name. I can say Nuxt AI SaaS recording. And if you see, we have to add basically these authorized redirected URLs, and we have to add this one. I can copy this one, and here in this I can add that. And here I can also say, the home URL. So simple, this one, I can say this one, but it will be simple localhost URL. And I can say create, and here we have the client ID and client secret. We need these APIs. So I can come to the env file, just like GitHub, and we also can say Google, and here as well Google. For client ID, I can copy this one, and for client secret I can need this one, and I can paste that. So I can save that. Now I can come to the nuxt.config, and just like GitHub client secret and GitHub client ID, I can also say Google. I can say Google. So let's save that, and I have to, by the way, rerun the project, otherwise it will not work. Now let's come to the login page, and just like GitHub, I can say copy that, and I can paste that here. Here I have to say Google. I can copy this one. Let's save, and let's also go to the register page and paste that here as well. Let's save that, and now if I come here and if I refresh this page, why project is not running? Our project is not running. That's strange. Yes, I rerun the project. Now it should work. Yes. So now if I try to log in with Google, let's see if it works or not. Okay, Better Auth provider not found, make sure. Yeah, okay, I think I didn't. If I go to the Better Auth, I have to add here as well. So I have to say here as well. So I can copy this one, and here I can say Google, and let's import Google one, Google client ID, Google client secret, and here I can say Google client ID and Google client secret. So let's save that. Let's try now. Yes, so because this is already logged in, so let's try this website. I can say continue, and if I open Prisma Studio, and let's see if it worked or not. Prisma Studio, and now as Prisma is running, and if I come to the user, you can see I have this new user as well, and the provider is Google. Everything is basically here, you can see that. And if I go to the account, here you can see that for this user provider is Google, for this user it's GitHub. So it's working fine. So we are also done with the Google login as well. Now let's create basically these tools: the conversation tool, code generation tool, AI article writer, blog title writer. So basically in first step, instead of creating the UI, first I will create the basically APIs for them. So for conversation, for code generation, for AI article writer, and for our blog title generator, we will be using the OpenAI API, but we will not use the API key from OpenAI. We will use API key from Gemini. Let me show you how we can do that. Let's come to the Gemini API. Let's search that. And you can come to, you have to click on this website, aistudio.google.com. If you click on this one, let's close this one, and here let's click on this get API key, and let's click on create API key. And here, by the way, yes, you can see that here we have this project as well, the recently created project. So you can select this one, and here I can say create API in existing project. Yes, we have that. I can copy that, and now let's come to the env file, and here I can say Nuxt Gemini API. I can paste that, and I can save that. First of all, let's close this one, and now let's come to the nuxt.config, and here I can also say Gemini API, and we should have that. Let's save that, and let's also run the project as well now again. Gemini API, let's verify the spellings. Gemini API. So it should work. So for creating the API in Nuxt, it's pretty simple. We have to come to this server folder. Within this API, just like auth, I will create another folder here called AI tools. And then within that, by the way, how I can proceed further. So first of all, let's go to this documentation. Let's close this one as well. And if you see here, we have this OpenAI compatibility. Let's click on this one. And here, if you see, this is the example of basically how we can chat with that. So first of all, we have to create this one. It means I have to install the OpenAI package as well. So I can copy that, and here I can say add OpenAI. Let's install that, and then next we have to create this. So as we have multiple APIs, so it means we will be using this in a lot of places. So let's create the utils for that. Here in the utils, I can create OpenAI.ts. Okay, we got the error, some error. Okay, yes, I have to close this studio one, and now let's again install. Sorry about this one, because we faced this earlier as well. So we are done with the installation. Now let's run the project again, and meanwhile I can also create this OpenAI. So here I can copy this one, these lines, and I can paste that here. But as you know, we need API key. So here I can say const is equal to use runtime config, and here from here I can say Gemini API. I can copy that, and instead of this one I can use that here. So here we have to keep that just like that, and here I can simply say export, and I should be able to use that. So let's save that, and now let's create the API. So I can come here within the AI tools. I can say code.post.ts. Why post? Because if I come here and if I come to the code, I will be sending some data. So it means we will be sending some data, and we will get the response from the API. So that's why we are using the post. So here I can say export default define event handler. you can read more about this define event handler in H3 docs, because behind under the hood Nuxt use H3 Nitro and H3 basically to create the server APIs. So here you can read about it, so how it works. Obviously I will describe basically the basic the basic features of it, but you can, if you want to go deep dive into it, you can read in here in H3. So I can close that, and here within that it will be async method. So here I can say async, and here it will be event. So here basically from the body we will be getting the messages array basically. So here I will say is equal to await read body. Basically we will be able to read the data which we will pass from the client side. By client side I mean from this form the data will be passing, we will be able to read that here. So event, and we know it will be messages, so I can say here messages. After that here I have to add the validation. If for whatever reason if we are not passing the messages, I will throw the error here. I will say throw create error. This method is to create the error within the Nuxt, and then it means this API will throw the error here. Here we can say status code 400, and then I will say status message, and I will say messages are required. After that here I will say const, just like in API. If you see, if I want to basically chat with it, here I have to say const. I can pass the messages. So here I will say res is equal to await OpenAI dat chat dot completions dot create, and here I have to pass the, first of all I have to pass the model. So here I can say model should be Gemini. So as it's not added in that, but we can pass that. So here I have to pass this model called just like here Gemini 2.0 Flash, and then I have to say messages, and within the messages if you see it's array, but first message is kind of instruction. So what will be our instruction? So here I will say role, it should be system, and then I will say content, and in content I will say, as you know, we want code. So for code what I will say this text: you are code generator, you must answer only in markdown code snippets, use code comments for explanation. So this is the instruction we are giving here. What was the instruction here? Here we were saying your role is system, but the content you are helpful assistant. So whatever we ask here it will give the answer. Here we specifically said we want code response and it should be in markdown format. So here this is what we are giving. The next message should be our own query. So here I will say role, it should be user, and here after the user I will say basically this message we will be passing from the API. So I don't need to hard code this one. So here I will simply say messages, and here I can simply return, first of all I should remove this code from out of this block, if block, and here I will say return res dot choices 0 dot message dot content, and I can save that. So now how I can test this particular API? I can come here and let's refresh. It's automatically being refreshed. So here we will use the dev tools. You can come here, and if you come to this overview and then into this icon server routes, and if you see we have all the APIs here. I can click on this one, and here we can pass the body. So if you see we can pass the body. What basically is expecting from the body, we have to pass the array. So here I can select the instead of passing the array, I can create the, obviously I will change this to array, but obviously we need to test this. I don't want to create the UI first, I want to create the API first. So what we can do here, instead of passing the, instead of expecting these messages to be array, I can simply pass the string. So here I can say role, and it should be basically the user, and here in content basically I will pass the messages kind of string. So here I will say messages, and it should work for us. So I can, now messages should be, you can assume it should be, basically it will be a simple string value. So now let's wait for refresh. Oh, why it got, I can rerun this again. Now let's come to this one and select the body, and here I can pass the messages, and here I can basically the value I can say basic view. And by the way, if I come here, we can pass the different more values as well, like what should be the different stuff. So here I totally forgot about it. We can pass that as well, like the what should be the different stuff. For example, I can say temperature. What is temperature? When sampling temperature to use between 0 and 2, higher values like 0.8 will make the output more random, while lower values like 0.2 will make it more focused and deterministic. We generally recommend altering this for top P but not both. So here I can say in temperature I can pass 0.5. Let's save that. And oh, that's not good. That's not good, because if our DevTools is open, it is automatically basically closing the project. So now let's run open, and let's select body, messages, and I can say basic view and Typescript syntax code. And if I send this one, it should give us the response. See, we have that response. This is, so it means our API is working. Now let's basically also create this conversation as well. For conversation, it will be almost similar to this one. I can copy that, and here I can say conversation dot post dot ts. By the way, let's close this one, and let's close this one as well. I can paste that here. So here I have to do this one. I can simply say just like here the default one. So I can say role, it will be your role will be this one. I can paste that, and here I will be simply passing the user and then messages thing. Along with temperature, here I also want to pass some another value, which is maximum completion token. So what is that? So you in simple words you can say the number of words we want to generate. So an upper bound for number of tokens that can be generated for a completion, including visible output tokens. You can read more about reasoning tokens. So here I will say tokens, the maximum should be the 500 words response. So other than that, we don't need to change anything, and it should be fine, the basic conversation. So here I can come here, I can open the DevTools, and here we have new API. I can come to the body, and here I also have to pass the messages. I can say messages, and here I can say difference between dogs and cats. I can send that. Let's see what we will get. See, we have that response as well. Okay, let's break down the key difference between dog and dog. So we have it, in short, we have the response. So what is the next API? We have AI blog, article blog writer. So if I close this one, and if I click on this AI article writer, what exactly we have to pass, and what basically. So first of all, we have to pass the article topic, what should be the topic, and then we have to select the length as well. So we need these two. So I can copy this one basically API, and I can create another API here within that, and I can call it generate article dot post.ts. I can close this one, and I can paste that here. So now here obviously instead of messages, I should be saying, I can say article topic and then article topic length. And here basically we should have here, I can say article topic is required, right? And here I can also say this will be the article topic length will be the optional. So we will pass the basically the default value if it doesn't exist. So now here this is same. Instead of basically the completion, here what exactly you have to do in this basically the messages. So here I will create another value here. I will say const, because if you see directly, there is no direct API to tell, to OpenAI, like, I want to generate the article. So we have to be creative here. Here I will say const prompt is equal to, I will say write an article about, and here I will say the topic name. So here I will say article topic in, basically I have to pass the number of words I want. So here I will say if article topic dot length exists, then I will say article topic length, otherwise I will say here the 500 words, right? And here same goes to I will remove this thing and I will simply pass this user, and then I will pass the prompt here. So, and another thing here, I have to pass the length we are selecting here. So I can simply say if article topic length exists, then article topic length, otherwise it should be false. 500 default token length. I can save that and let's see if it worked or not. So let's run the project again. So now if I come here, the project, it's refreshing. So we have our dev tool, and yes, generate article and body, and what are the two I have to pass here? So here I will say key, and here I will say how AI works. Let's see impact of AI on programmers. Let's generate article on this thing, and another value I have to pass article topic length. So I can say add, and this one, and here I will say it should be number in 500s, and if I select, so that's strange. Oh, it's because of this. That's strange. Instead of article topic, it should be topical length. Now if I select, okay, the shifting landscape, how AI is reshaping the role of programmer, is no longer a futuristic fantasy. So it means it has generated the AI, basically the response for us. So this API is also working. Now if I see the next one, which is blog title generator, what exactly we are doing here? So blog title generator, first of all, the blog keyword we have to enter, like what type of blogs I'm writing, and then I have to select the category. So it means it expect two values. So I can copy that, and here we also have to be creative here as well in this API. So first of all, I can say generate blog title dot post dot ts, and I can paste that here. First of all, let's close this one, and so here I have to say, instead of article topic, I can article topic, not this one. I can, if I let's select both of these two. So now it will basically select the exact word, and here I can replace this with the blog topic, and for article topic length I can select all of them, and I can say blog category. So blog category will also be required, so I can copy this one, and here I can say blog category, and instead of article topic, here I will say blog title topic. Topic is required, blog category is required. So this is, now here we have to be creative here. So here I will say, instead of this one, I can remove. Here I have to say generate a blog title for the keyword. Here I can say blog topic, and then here I can say in the category, and here I can say blog category, right? And here that's it. We have to pass the prompt, and here 0.7, and here I can hard code the, instead of, because we want some topics, so here I can say 200s, and let's save that. Generate blog title. So now if I select, let's open generate blog title, I can select the blog topic. Let's select this, don't forget to select this body one, and I can say blog topic. I can add another, and here I can say blog category. If you see, for categories we have different, so maybe I can select the food, and in terms of blog topic I can say difference between vegan and non-vegan person. If I select that, and let's see what topic it will generate for us. Okay, here are blog title options playing different angles and levels of integrity. Straightforward and informative. Vegan versus non-vegan. Food fight. What's the real difference between vegans and non-vegans? Vegan versus non. So basically the purpose of this API is, if you are trying to write some the blogs on some topic, and you are not sure about what should be the topic of it, so we can generate that. Beyond the plate, are you vegan or non-vegan? Vegan. So it has basically generated us the different type of blog titles. So you can say we are done with the OpenAI tools, conversation, code, article, blog title. We will be creating these three, but for that it will be best if we create first the UI. But before moving to this one, let's create the UI of these tools, and then basically I can create the APIs, remaining APIs. So first of all, let's move to the code one, and if I select basically the conversation one is the first one, and if I open that conversation, yes, it's pretty simple UI. And if by the way, if I enter difference between circle and square, if I select this one, okay, this is strange. Okay. I can log in. Basically, this is by the way demo account. I can log out, and let's log in with this account. By the way, we will add this stuff. Don't worry about it. We will add in validation and all those stuff in our application as well. So if I do sign in, okay, it's not working. Create now. That's strange. And now if I go to the billing, I can upgrade. So now I'm in the pro user and I will be able to call that. Okay, that was tough. So I can say here difference between circle and square. So we have the response here. So this is how our UI will look like. So now let's create that. I can come here within the pages, and if you see the location, it's conversation. So I can, first of all, if I come here, I have closed this one. Within the pages, within the dashboard, I can create new page called, not this one, sorry, conversation.view. So here, let's say I can call vbase, and within that we will have the container. So I can say u container, and I will have some classes here. I can say class, not here, class, and it will be, sorry, not like that, this one. And if I save that, and if I go to the dashboard, not here, and I have to go to the dashboard. Within that, let's also enter the heading. Basically, if you see, if I come here, we have this heading. So I can add that. It's simple. I will use the NuxtUI component, and basically I will create my own. So because we have this heading everywhere, so I will create, if I save that basically, and here if I simply say for now conversation page, and if I save, and let's see if it's working or not. If we come to the conversation page, yes, it's working. So now let's create a component here called page heading dot view. I can save that, and here I can say vbase, and here basically I will be passing the props here. So I can say interface heading props. Here we will have the title and description, and I can say define props, and here I can say heading props, and here I can pass that h2 and p, and we have different classes. So here instead of muted foreground, I will be say muted, and here I will say class, and I can say mb8 and space y1, save. And here in this, instead of this one, I will simply say page heading, and I will pass the title and description. And if I save that, we should have that here. And the next thing here, I want to say define page meta, because we will be using the dashboard here. So I will say layout should be dashboard. And if I save that, we should have the sidebar here as well. Yes, now it's working fine. So now if you see, we have this whole block. We can wrap this into the U card. So after that, I can say U card. The variant should be subtle class, and I can pass some classes here, and here I can say class. Here we will have the flex, because if you see these messages, I'm adding. Now, by the way, if I save that, let's see what basically we will see that. So you can see that now basically I'm trying to style these columns. So for that, it will be best if I can generate some basic messages. So it will be much easier to basically to understand that. So here, first of all, I can create basically the type message is equal to, I can say, role. Either it will be user or it will be system, and content string. And here I can say const ref, and here I can say, sorry, it should message, and it will be array. So here I will say array, and here now I can pass basically the different values. So first of all, I can say role first message I can say user, and then I can say content. Simple, I can say we can copy this message, copy, and then I can also copy this one, and here I can say system, and I can simply for now copy this string and I can paste that here, a simple message. Yes, right. So I can save that, and now it will be much easier to see for us when I'm installing that. So here I will say flex and flex call, then I can say gap y4, and here I can say basically loop through the messages. Here I can say v for messages. So here v messages, we are looping through that index, then flex item start. So by default this message, the items basically if you see, although this height is bigger, but as it's item center, so that's why this is at the start. And then if user is role, then if you see this is message is from user, so that's why it's aligned at the end. This message is from the assistant or system, you can say, that's why it's at the start, which is the default value. So that's why now we have that. Now another thing, if you notice, now I can add the basically the avatar. So here I can say div another, and because this item is also flex, so I can here also say class flex items start, and then I can say space x2, and here I can say button size is small, variant is soft, rounded is full, so that's why it is circled. And icon, if user then lucid user, otherwise CPU, a kind of system or assistant. If color is if it's user then primary, otherwise it's success. And if I save that, let's see how it will work. So that's how it's looking. Now this is another card. So after this one I can say u card, u is equal to body, I can say sm should be also 3, and then the class should be text sm, and maximum width should be pros. Here I can say message dot content, and if I save that, and let's see how it will look like. So this is how it's looking. One thing you noticed here, we have bold values as well, some numeric values as well. How this will work? Basically we will be getting the markdown response from the OpenAI, as we can't show that here. So let's first integrate the APIs, then I will tell you how we can do that. So now let's also create this one, the form input. So after this, so here I can say chat input, and here I can say div class pt4, and then here I can say uform, and then I can say div class flex space x2, and then we will have width should be full, and here I can say u form field, and here we will have the message, it will be full width. So here I will say class flex 1, and then the name of this, it will be prompt, and then we will have the u text area, so u area, and here I will say v model. So basically here I have to create that, so we can create that as well. First step, I can import the Zard. We also need the type as well, this form submit type, and after that here I can say const schema is equal to z dot object, and here I can say user prompt, and I can say z dot string, I can say minimum 1, and here I can say prompt is required, and after that I can say type schema is equal to z dot output type of schema, and after that here now I can say const state is equal to reactive, I can say schema, and then I can say user prompt, and default value will be this one, string. And now these values I can pass here. So first of all here I can say schema state is equal to state, and then I can say class space by 4, and that's it. So here I can say state dot user prompt, and first of all by default the rows will be 1, and I can say class width full, and I can save that. If I save that, we should have that here. See, we have that. Now I also have to add the icon button. So after this u form field, I can simply say u button, and here I can say type is equal to submit, and icon I can say lucid arrow up, this one, and a color I can say primary, and here we have that. Now let's create the submit method where we will be submitting. So here I can say const is loading is equal to ref false, and here let's create the method called const send message is equal to async, and within that I can say here I will say event, and I will say submit form submit event, and I can pass the schema. And if I go to the login page, basically in schema value what exactly we have to pass. So first schema we have this one, and then we have the type schema. So here we have to pass the type schema, basically the type, so that's why we have passed the type. So now here I can say try catch, and I can also add the finally as well. If I go to the login page, and now if I come to this conversation page, first I can say is loading dot value is equal to true. Here I can say messages dot value dot push, and I can pass role, I can say user, and content, and in content I can say event dot data dot user prompt dot trim. And after that here I can call the API, so I can say const data is equal to await fetch, and as we are using the conversation, so I can call the conversation, and here I can pass the method should be post, then we can say the body. So if I show you now, if I go to the code post, messages are basically the string because when we were creating that, but in reality we will be passing the array. So what I will do, I will change this to messages, and I can save that. And if I come here, and here I will say messages is equal to messages dot value, right? This is what we will do. And here if I hover on that, we will get the string response or either null. So I will check if data. By the way, this is the magic of Nuxt. So Nuxt it automatically detecting what basically in this API we will be returning from the basically the API. So we will be able to know that. So here if data exists, it means we got the response. So what I will do, I will push the response. So I will say dot push, and as it will be the role because it will be the response from the API. So here I can say role is equal to system, and then I can say content data, the response, sorry, not this one, we have data. And in case of error, so in case of error, first of all I can say import type from fetch, and here I can say fetch error, and here I can say the instead of e I can say e, and here I can say const e error is equal to e as fetch error. And then I can say, by the way, here I can create a util method, and because we will be using everywhere, so here within this, so keep in mind within this app folder the utils we have, we will be creating that here within that. So here within this app called the utils, not these utils, keep in mind. So here within this app I will call utils, and I will say get error.ts. So I have to import that thing again here, this one, and here I can simply say export default, I can say function, basically it will be get error, and the error type will be fetch error, and here I can simply return status code, and I can say error dot status code if it exists, or we can return error dot response dot status or 500. Then I can say status message error dot data dot status message, or error dot status message, or I can say an unknown error occurred. So let's save that. So if you see the response of this will be status code and status method. It's kind of custom type. So let's create the types folder as well, so we can use that everywhere. So for that, how we can do that, we can create another folder in the root of the project. Keep in mind, in the root of the project I will describe the difference, what's the difference between them. So here within the shared, and then I can say types, and here I can say error.ts. So what's the difference between these utils? First of all, shared and utils and these types things. So by the way, these utils we can't use this get error method in, if I want to use in server code, I can't use that. Same goes to this, I can't use the utils I am defining here within this server folder in app module, basically in client code, right? So what is this shared? We can, by the way, we can also, you can search, I can show you Nuxt shared folder. If you go to that, this shared folder, everything we will create here, we can create by default. We can create is, if this is the structure, you can create anything here, utils, types. Some of them will be auto imported, some of them will not, so you have to look into that. But we can create the utils. So if we want some type which we want to use in the server code and in the this client code, you can say, although it's this code, if we think, is also somehow running on the server as well, but I'm saying this so you can understand that this app code is, you can say, the client side code, the and this is the server code in simple terms. I don't want to be more technical about it, so but in simple word, this is how it's working. But if I want to, the type I will create here, I can use this in the server folder as well and in the app folder as well. So that is the purpose of shared folder. Even let's see what's the mentioned here. Use the shared directory to share the functionality between Vue app and the Nitro server. Yes, I think this is good explanation. So this app code, so you can say this is the Vue part of the Nuxt application, and this server code is basically the backend code or Nitro server code. So let's create this type, and it will be pretty simple. So, and now I can import that type here. So I can say, but let's run the project because it will be auto imported for us. After this loading, I can also say const error is equal to, it will be ref, either it will be app error, see it is auto imported for us, or it will be null, and by default it will be null. If I hover on that, status code. So, and here now I can say error dot value is equal to get error, and I can pass the error we have. So get error is also auto imported for us, which we defined here, this one. So now here I can simply say in finally block, I can say is loading dot value is equal to false. And here, by the way, if everything is successful, I also want to say here state dot user prompt is equal to empty. So yes, now let's call this method. I can say on submit is equal to send message, and let's save that. Now errors are gone, everything is fine, and now let's test it whether it's working or not. So I can also inspect. Basically I want to open the network tab. So here I can say difference between cat and dog, and if we send this request, we are calling the API. Okay, we have the error. So first of all, as you can see, we are not showing any error type of thing, although we are getting the error. So first of all, let's also show the error here as well. So what I can do, so this is a good case, I can here after the page heading, I can add the alert block. So here uAlert is also NuxtUI element. I'm checking if error value exists, then add this title and everything. I can save that. Okay, payload. So first of all, let's remove all of these, and here I can say difference between, I can copy this, and if I enter this value and if I select now, so first of all we are getting this server error. So now let's see why it's not working. So if you see, this is the mistake. I think I have changed this in the code block, but I didn't change in the conversation block. So here as we were testing in the dev tools, so we assumed it will be the string, but in reality we know it will be the array of messages. So here instead of using this approach, I will be saying messages this one. And now if we try again, let's see if it's working or not. So if I pass that now, yes, we got the response, but you can see the clear difference. The response is in the markdown, but we are simply seeing the string and it's not looking good. So how we can do that? We can use the Nuxt modules, which is, if you come here into the Nuxt modules, and here you can say MDC, Nuxt module MDC. We can install that. Let's copy that, let's close this, and let's install this one. So now let's run the project again, and in order to use this, it's pretty simple. But one thing keep in mind, if you go to the Nuxt config file, this should be here. So now let's come here into the conversation. So if I come here where I'm showing this message content, so here now I can say MDC, and here I can say value, I can say message dot content, and I can save that. And if I refresh, if I come here, let's refresh it. So now let's enter here, I can say difference between Vue and React. And if I enter, so we have that, and now you can see the response is in good format, and it's much good to read that. So you can say now the conversation UI is done with proper API integration, proper API handling. So everything is, you can say, the 100% complete here within this conversation. Obviously something are still remaining, like when we are want to send the messages, we want to create the counter if user is not pro. We will do that later, but the the major feature of this page is done. Now let's create the code generation here, so we can integrate the backend API and create the UI. So for code, I can come here in the pages, and within that dashboard page I can call code.view file, and I can copy this conversation file. It will be because almost same, so I can copy that and I can paste that here. And let's come here. First of all, obviously I have to change the heading and description of that, and I can change that here. So let's save, and let's save it. These are gone, and now if I click on this code generation, so we have that now. Everything else, the UI part will be same, because same we will be entering the input here and we will get the response. The only thing I have to add here is to basically here I have to say, instead of this API I have to say code. That's it, and it should work for us. So let's test. So here I can say basic React code example, and if I enter, let's see what we will get. So we have that. So this is also working. Now let's come to this AI article writer. So if I come here into the AI article writer, so this is how it's looking. So it's quite different, but still I can copy this one because we still need that. So here I can say write article.view, and I can paste that here. Obviously I have to change the title and description here, so here I can pass that. We have AI article writer and graph, so I can paste that. By the way, this is the description if you want to write. Yes. So now let's change the, if I come to this AI article writer, so this is how it's looking. And now let's keep the changing. First of all, we will still have this alert box, but if you see here, we have one card and then one card, not one single card. So we will change that here. So here after this basically alert method, I can say we can change this to this one. So here I can say py4, then I can say width should be full and the maximum width should also be full, and within that we will have flex, but the direction will be column. I can say flex, then I can say flex call, and then I can say space y should be 2. And we have two boxes. The first box will have this article topic and article length. So before creating that, maybe I can create the schema for that and the different state. So in this schema, instead of user prompt, I will say article topic, and here I will say article topic is required, and then I will say article length, and it will be z dot number. And then in case of schema, it's same, but here I have to change that. So here I will say article topic, and then I will say article length, and by default I want to give it 500. But if you notice, we also have this drop down menu, so where we are giving the different options to the user. So let's create the items array as well for that. So it's pretty simple. I can, obviously we don't need this message, and here one as well, I can remove that, and I can simply paste that here, article items. So let's remove this card input completely because we don't need that, and let's create the first card here. Maybe I can totally remove this one as well, chat input as well, because we don't need it, and I can remove this one as well because we don't need it. And here now let's create it. So here we will have two items, so I can create simple div, and within that I can say u card, and here if I save that, you should be able to see that here. Yes, it's empty, so that's why we can't see that, not like this one. And within that we will have the form, so I can say u form, and I can pass the different state and everything. So I can say schema is equal to schema, I can say state is equal to state, and then I can say class space y should be 4, and within that form we will have the two type of input fields. First one is input and second one is select one. So it's pretty simple. So here we have article topic, the basically the name. This is important, you have to mention that here, and it should be the same which you have defined here, this one, keep in mind. So this is very important, and we are passing the, in this use select element I'm passing the length one, and this is how it looks. And here you can see that we can select that everything if I want, and you know how this is working basically. One thing I notice, if default value is 500, okay, yes, here that's why. So here if I enter 500, now we will not have the error here. So after that, if you see, this is the box here, we will show the generated article. So I can create that one as well. It will be pretty simple, but before that, here if you see we have submit button, so let's create that one as well. So after this form field, I can say a simple button and I can save that. So we have this submit button, and then we will have after this card, basically after this div we will have a card to basically generate the article. So it will also be very simple basic code. I can paste the basic code. So here what we are saying, so obviously this content I have to define that here, because here we will get simple string. So here I can simply in response I can say const content. Basically this will be the response we will get from the API. So it will be simple string. So what exactly I'm saying here, first of all I'm defining the height. So this height is basically how here we are customizing the if I go to the NuxtUI, I can close this one, and if I come to the NuxtUI, and if I go to the card component, start with Vue, if I go to the card, so basically if I come to this theme thing, we can customize the height of basically the card, and this is what I am doing. Sorry, not here. Where is config one? This basically we are changing the height of this body thing, UI body, and we are changing that. I'm defining some particular height. This is not random value. We are calculating the height of basically this block, this whole thing, and then we are doing that. And then flex, so it can take the whole width. And then here I'm saying if basically content exists, then show this block. Otherwise, if content not exists and we are loading that, we will show the text here. And now if I save that, this should basically take the whole thing. Okay, maybe if I refresh, this should take whole width, whole height basically. Maybe if I say minimum height, because this should work. That's strange. Well, let's see. First, let's create the submit function. How we gonna call the API, and then we will look into this. So for that, I can simply copy this basically this method from here, send message one, and here I can say instead of send message I can say generate article, and obviously this will be the same, so we don't need this thing. And here instead of API this one, I can call the API generate article, and here we have to pass the article topic and article length. So I can close this one and I can select this one, and here we can say event dot data dot article topic, and then I can say article length, and here we can say event dot data dot article length. And here obviously, so here we will say if data exists instead of this one. First of all, here I will say state dot article topic should be empty, and I can also say state dot article length should be 500, which is the default value. And here I can also say content dot value is equal to data, because here we will have the article, and that's it. Yes, now we only have to call this method when we submit. So here within this block I can say on submit, I can say submit is equal to generate article, and let's save that. So let's see if it's working or not. So here I can say impact of AI on humanity, and if I submit, yes, we have that article and we can see that. So it's working fine. So now we have the article generation as well, the UI and API integration. Now let's come to this blog title generator, and if I come to this one, how it's looking, this is the basically the live version. So it's almost similar. Yes, almost, not almost, it's similar. So we have the same things. So I can completely copy this one, and here I can say generate blog title. So I can say generate blog title, dot view, and I can close this one, I can paste that. And if we go to the API, generate blog title, if you see we need blog topic and blog category. So I can come here, first of all let's create the change the headings and all that stuff, and I can change this thing, and I can save that, and I can come to this blog title generator, and we can see that. So first of all, this article thing, blog article topic should be, I should replace from everywhere should with the, by the way you can select this one by press control D, keep pressing, and it will select all of these, and it will change this to blog topic. And now we also should change this label, and here I should say blog keyword, I can say blog keyword, and here instead of generate article I should say generate blog titles. And here in terms of this one article length I should say blog category. So here I can say instead of control D, let's select all of these, and I should change this to blog category, and this label should also change this to blog category. The only thing here we have to change these items. So instead of array of objects, it will be simple strings array. So here I can simply say let's remove all of these, and it will be a simple string of array. So instead of article items I should be saying select control D, and I can say blog categories. That's it. Okay, now where we are getting the error? Oh, okay, yeah, this should be simple string, and this should also be string. Maybe by default I can select the general one, and then so here instead of calling this one I should be calling the generate blog title one, and here I should be saying instead of blog topic I can say, oh yes, it's fine, blog topic blog category, it's my bad. And here as well instead of 500 I should be saying general. That's it. Now it should work. Yes, here I also have to, I can say generating blogs title. Yes, let's see if it's working or not. So here I can say impact of AI on human life. This is blog keyword, and I can say the technology, not business, in terms of technology. And now if I submit generating blog titles, okay, here are few blog are impact on human life, general, this one, yes, we have that. So this API is also working. So we are done with these Nuxt AI, basically OpenAI tools, APIs, and their UI and their API integration. Now let's move to these Cloudinary stuff. So now for background removal and object removal, basically first instead of creating the API first, we will be creating the UI first. So let's create that. So for doing that I can simply copy this one, and here I can say remove background dot view, and I can simply paste that file here. Obviously I have to change basically the title and description, and I can change that, and I can paste that here. And if I go into this background removal, the error should be gone. Remove background. Okay, yeah, the project got automatically closed, so I have to rerun the project. So now if I come to this background removal, so you can see that obviously I have to change the UI according to this one. So here instead of flex column, we will remove that. Otherwise it will be flex one as well, but here we will say flex. First of all it should be wrap, because if we are on mobile devices we should have a separate box, and here I can say gap should be 5, and I can remove this space by I think. Now if I see, we will have card, and within that we have this upload button where we can submit that. So first of all, obviously just like I can define this schema for this one. So for this one I can come to the NuxtUI website, and if you see, because we will be using the file upload button, I can click on this one, file upload button, and there are different ways, and you will be able to see that if I come here, we will have the validation stuff as well, form validation. So how we can do that? We can copy this stuff from here. So I can copy this one, like what exactly the type we want. You can customize that if you want to. So here we are saying the maximum file size of our image should be 2 MB, and the dimension, it should be 200 by 200. The maximum dimension, it should be like this. Minimum, it should be it should not be too small, the image, in terms of like the dimension, like the square. This is more than 200, and this is less than 4094. So this one, and the types we want these types. So this is the we want. So next thing is the form bytes. This is this method is to basically this method here, within this method we are we will be checking the image, basically the image user is choosing. We are checking that here, whether it's according to the size we have mentioned here or not. So I can explain it to you. So here basically we will be passing the bytes. Maybe let's create this schema, and then it will be much easier for me to describe this thing. So you can also copy this schema, this one. Let's copy that, and here in this schema I can mention that, and I can save that. So here, first of all, let's move this to here, and then here. Now these are gone, so I can move this here, and if I save that, yes. So what we are saying here, first of all, we are checking the type is file. If file doesn't exist, we will throw the error. Then we are defining here. This is, by the way, Zord method, Zord magic. So we can basically, if here we are checking file size. If file size is greater than or less than maximum file, we will throw this error. This file, please choose an image of this form bytes. We will pass here. If you see, we are passing the bytes of here format, and here we are passing the file size. We will have access to the file size, which we have that here. So we pass that here, and here we are checking if bytes is equal to return 0 bytes. If the total size, then we are checking the decimals. Then the sizes we have different TB, GB, everything, and then we are dividing it, and then we are checking that here. And then we are checking here the if file types. If it includes, if it doesn't include, then we will say upload that valid file. And now here, this is basically, we are in simple words. Basically, if you see, we are because we also, if I upload the image here, some image here, and this one, if you see the preview we are getting, it's because of this image dot source. If you we will be, because it's the requirement of if you see here, we have to pass that here, and behind the scene basically it's needed and UI component. If you want to explore the source code of it, you can explore that here. And basically it's the for NuxtUI behind the scene. If I click on this GitHub, and you can explore the code here, deep dive into it, how basically they are showing the image source. If I show you image dot source, so this is the whole code. You can explore that, and you will be able to, I don't want to complicate this thing, but that's how it's working. And I can explain, but it will take a lot of time, and I don't want to spend on it. So you can deep dive into this component on your own, and you will find a lot of stuff here, in useful stuff here. So now we have this schema, right? So it means here, instead of this, basically, first of all, I have to change this to the, here I can say image, and I want to keep it as undefined, but we will get the error. So here I can say partial, and then I can say schema. Now we are fine. So we don't need these block categories. I can remove that. And even we don't, here in content, we will be basically, instead of content, we will be returning the image URL from the backend API. So we will be saying mapped image URL here, and here in this post, we will be passing that different stuff. So I can, for now, I can make it empty, and even here I can return this one, and I can simply here say, I can remove this thing, whole thing, and yes, that's it. Now let's define it. So here I can use this component which we are using, just like this one, simple. And instead of these, all of these component, I can use this one. That's it. And if I basically, now here we will, in this separate card component, instead of here, I can totally remove all this stuff. We don't need these. Basically in here, instead of flex one, we will have different classes, because this is horizontally, so maximum width I want to keep it as 300 pixel, and we don't need to have the height. And here I will say p3. Even on small devices, I want to keep it as p3, and then height should be full. And here within that, we will have the image if it exists, otherwise we will show different stuff. So here I will say if basically mapped image URL exists, then show show the Nuxt image. Otherwise, if is loading is true and it doesn't exist, we will show this removing background. So where we have the error, yes, here that is not the issue. So now if I see, let's see how it's looking, our UI. One thing here I have to add, because this is small, if I see this is bigger. So what I can do, I can simply add here in this, basically the where we have that form component, I can also add here is the width of this should be 96, and if I save that, this should be bigger. And if I choose image sum, I should be able to see that preview. If I open, so see we have that preview. Now obviously we have to submit this. I can create the API, but I also want to create this UI object removal UI as well, because it's similar. If I show you, so it's almost similar. Obviously we have additional input field, but other than that it's almost similar. So I can quickly copy this copy, and let's come here and I can say remove object. I can say remove object dot view. I can paste that here. So here I can pass the title and description for this one, and this is the title and description for that, and I can save that. And now if I come to this object removal in our website, object removal, we have that. So now I can extend the schema, because obviously here in this object removal we will also need the basically the image as well. But first of all, let's change this method name. Instead of generate title, I can say remove object from image, and here along with image I also need the basically the object as well. So here along with, basically I can close these, and I can also extend the schema. So I will have after this image, I can say image object, and it will be z dot string, and then I will say minimum, and then here I can say 1, and then I will say object to remove is required. Okay, and here we can say object, it should be empty. That's it. Yes, that's it. Okay, here I can add new field. So the field will be simple input field, and it will be basically describe object to remove and object and state dot object. And if I save that, I should be able to see that here. Yes, we have that. And this is UI. Now let's create these two APIs for them. And before that, obviously for these two tools we will be using the Cloudinary. So let's come to the Cloudinary website. I can say Cloudinary. I can click on that. Let's click on here. Let's log in. Let's log in with Google. I can select this account. You can select basically I am logging in with Google, and let's see how it looks. Okay, here we are. So basically seems like I am already using that account. Basically I want to, if I come to the settings, and by the way, you can come here into the settings. If you go into the API keys, and by the way, what stuff we need. First of all, if I can show you, if you come to into this image, these are the tools we can build. So you can explore on your own as well, but we will use few of them. First of all, we will use these generate background replace, rotate background, remove. Yes, we will be using this image. And if I click on this, basically the documentation, not this one, if we come here into integrate SDK, yes, these are the stuff we need. If I click on, for example, Node.js, first of all I have to install the Cloudinary. Then after that I need cloud name, I need API key, and I need API secret. So let's go with the first step. I can add the Cloudinary. I can say yarn add, and then I can select this one, and I can add the Cloudinary. And how we can get these two? First of all, obviously I need env variables. So I can come to the env file, and after this Gemini API key, here I can say next Cloudinary, Nuxt Cloudinary cloud name. Then we need Cloudinary API key, and then we need Cloudinary API secret. Here I can say, and this one. I can save that, and obviously I have to add that in the Nuxt config file as well. So I can come to the nuxt.config, and I can, after this Gemini API key, we need these three: Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary API key, Cloudinary API secret. I can save that, and now let's get these three values. So I can close that, and if I come back, if I come to this settings page, and if I come to these API keys, this is how we can get that. So this is, by the way, this is the Cloudinary cloud name. So we have to get that. So I can copy that here. You can say that this is mentioned here. So I can copy this one, Cloudinary cloud name. I can paste that here. Then I can generate new API key. Okay, they will send me the email confirmation. Let me generate that, and I will do this behind the scene, and I will come back. So now if I approve, I can generate that no thanks, and here I have that. First of all, I can edit, basically I can edit this. Instead of, I can say Nuxt AI SaaS recording, because I will be deleting that after the recording, so that's why I am mentioning this. So in case of API key, I can copy this one and I can paste that here, and for this one I can copy this one as well and I can paste that here. So now we have these three values, and now I can come to this API, and here within that I will create the folder called Cloudinary, and within that I will have remove background .post.ts. so here instead of Cloudinary, maybe we should say rename to Cloudinary tools. Okay, and here as you can see, for example, if I come to this image where we had this one image, I can simple, for now I know we will not be doing that, but if I click on that, we need this config stuff. So it means just like, you know, OpenAI, I can also create called the Cloudinary tool as well, and I can define the different stuff here. So here I can say Cloudinary.ts. so here we need this line import. I can import that here, this stuff from here. I can close this one, and then here basically I can say export const, I will say connect Cloudinary is equal to, if you see basically how we will do that, so these are the, basically we have to connect that and then we will get that. So here within that I will say async, and within that I will say Cloudinary.config, and we will pass these values. So here I have to say cloud name, and then I have to pass API key, and then I have to pass API secret, not this one, sorry, API secret, yes. And obviously in order to get these, I can say const is equal to use runtime config, and here I will get these. So first one is Cloudinary cloud name, then we will have the Cloudinary API key. Obviously it's not giving the auto suggestion because our project is not running, but we know these exist, and then Cloudinary API secret, and here I can replace this one, cloud name, Cloudinary API key, and Cloudinary API secret. So let's save that and let's run the project. Yes, yarn dev, and now I can come to this remove background post. So first of all, I can maybe copy this the basic stuff from here, although I have to change a lot of stuff. So let's create from the scratch. Don't copy it. So here I can say export default, define event handler, and then obviously this will be async, and here we have event. One thing which this API which will be different from the AI tools, because as we will be passing the API basically the image, it means the file. So here we will not be using the read data, we will be using form data. So here I will say form data is equal to await read form data, and I will pass the event. Then I will say const file is equal to form data dot get, and then I will say image, and at the end I will say as file. After that I will say if file doesn't exist, because this is the crucial thing, we are removing the background, it means file is compulsory. So I will say basically the error, and I will say throw create error here, and after that I will say const array buffer is equal to await file dot array buffer, and we will get that in buffer form. Then I will say const buffer is equal to buffer dot from, and I can pass this array buffer we have generated. After that, here I have to connect the Cloudinary, so I will call this method connect Cloudinary, and after that here I can say const upload from buffer is equal to, because we have to upload this to the Cloudinary, that's why we are using this one. And maybe you can if you basically, maybe it seems kind of strange to you, here we can say where is background. If I click on that, if I click on integrate SDK, that's how basically we are using that. Now if I click on this one, and if I click on integrate SDK, so after this upload buffer, here it will be the basically the our function. So here I can say it will return us the promise, not this one, promise, and here I can say upload API response, I have to import that from the Cloudinary, so I can simply say from here this one upload API response, so I can say upload API response, and then here I can say arrow and I can continue. So here I will say return as the new promise, and within that I will say I have two methods, basically two things. First of all resolve and then reject. After that here I can say this one, and here we will have const. First of all we will upload and then we will do the transformation as well. I can say upload stream is equal to Cloudinary. Obviously I need Cloudinary as well, so I can come here and I can copy this line and I can come here, I can paste that here, and I can say Cloudinary dot uploader. First we will upload that, and then I will say upload stream, and then I will have that and I will pass the object. So here I can pass the different stuff. First of all here will say transformation, it will be array, and here I will say an object, and here I will say effect, and effect, not this, I will say effect is equal to background. Basically we will describe it to background removal to the Cloudinary background removal, and then I will say background removal here in that, and background removal this one. So after this array I will say the folder, I can say folder, and where basically we want to place it, pg removed. Then basically this upload stream is basically this is complete. So after this here I can say another, and I will have another, basically here we will capture the error. So here I can say if we face any error, so I can get error and upload API error response or undefined, and we will also get the result as well. So result type will be upload API response or undefined. So it will be also error method, and here I will can say if error or we don't have any result, Control Z, it means something went wrong. So if error is error value exists and result is undefined, then what should I do? I can simply say return reject, and I can pass the error, or I can create new error and I can say upload failed. But if that's not the case, I can simply return the resolve, and I can simply return the result which we got from the API. I can, yes. Now we have that, and after this upload stream, right? Keep in mind after this upload stream which ends here, sorry here, not here. So here I can say upload stream dot end, and I can pass the buffer, and now we are good to go. Here I can move this to this one, yes. So now after this whole method, this one which we have here, I can simply say basically within this block, keep in mind within this block, and where this is ending, it is this method is ending here. So after that here I can say const result is equal to await upload from buffer, and that's it. Basically we are calling this method, sorry, it should be at the end, that is my bad, that is why we are getting the yes. So after this method, so why we have the error here, a function whose declared type is neither undefined void return a value. Here I have to say return. Okay, let me check why we're getting error here. Oh yes, because here if you see we are not returning that, and I totally forgot about it. So here we should be returning this one, and now everything is fine. Yes, that's it. And now basically in this result we will get, if I hover on that, we will get the response, and I can simply return result dot secure URL, and I can save that, and maybe we can test it. I can come here into the remove background, and here in this method we can call this API, I can call it API remove background, yes, this one. Here before calling this API I can say const form data is equal to new form data, and then I can say const if event dot data dot image instance of file. What should I do, what should we do? We can say form data dot append, and we can pass the image. Keep in mind this image, this the value we are setting here, this, and the file we are trying to get here, this should be same. So if you want to change the names here, they should be different. So, and here I can say event dot data dot image, and then within the body I can simply pass form data, that's it. Now this should work. Let's see. Yes, we have every setup here, and it means first of all I have to run the project as well. So I can say yarn dev, and let's wait for it to complete. So now let let test it. So I can come here into background removal and I can upload the image. Let's select the image, and if I click on this image, if I upload, and now if I submit, let's see what happens. See, my whole background, this was the original image, and a whole background is removed and I can see the transparent image. So it means our this API is also working. Now let's come to this object removal. So for object removal, it will be almost similar to this one. So I can copy this one and I can create API called here within this Cloudinary tools. I can say remove object.ts. I can paste that here, and obviously we have to change something. First of all, yes, we will upload, first of all here we will get the image just like we are getting here, but along with that we will also get another content, basically the object as well, which we are trying to remove. So I will say form data dot get, and here I will pass the object. And now here, so we will not be doing any transformation within this stream. So I will totally remove this thing. I can completely remove that, and within that we will have only, obviously we don't need this thing, and we will be only uploading that to the upload from buffer. So here we will have the result as well, and after that what I can do, I can say const image URL is equal to basically the modified. So I can say final image URL is equal to cloudinary dot URL, and here basically I can pass the result dot public ID. So basically the image we uploaded, we can get the ID of it, and then we will do the transformation on it. How I can do that? We can say here transformation, and it will be an array, and here I can say effect, and I can say gen remove, and then I can say the object value. So I can say object, and here I can say resource type, not like this one. Here I can say resource type should be image. Sorry, it should be an object within this thing. So that's why we are getting the yes. And now here we can return the final image URL. If you see, this is the string we will get. So I can save that and let's test it. Obviously I have to change the object as well, remove object, the API as well here basically. So here we can do, maybe we can copy it from the remove background as well. So we can copy this stuff. So I can copy that, and then I can paste it here, and obviously I have to pass the object as well. So here I can say copy this one, and here I can say object this one, and here instead of calling this API we will be calling the object one, remove object, and here I can pass the form data. So let's test it and if it's working or not. So if I come to the object removal API, I can upload the image, this one. I can say remove user headset. Yes, let's see if it will remove it or not. If I submit, okay, something went wrong. Although we have that API, but image is not being shown. So if I copy it, maybe if I open it, new URL, okay, something is wrong because I think it's because of the permissions. Yes, it's because of the permission. We don't have permission to show it. So basically I found the issue. The first issue was basically I have to here, instead of simple hyphen, I have to use the underscore here. And second thing is basically I was trying to give the instruction. Basically we don't have to give the instructions here. We have to just mention the the thing we want to remove. Just like if you see, I have mentioned person only, so it has removed the person. Now if I say headset, let's see if it will work or not. Okay, something is wrong. So again it didn't happen as we expected. So now if I say screen, okay, again it didn't work. So again I can add this secure, and now if I add true, and let's see if it will work or not, because for person I did add this one as well. So now if I refresh, let's try again. So now I can say add set, and I can select my image. Because this image is quite complex, I think it's unable to identify it. Yes, it worked, headset, and I think we have to add this secure true as well. Let's wait because it's loading. See, that headset is gone, so it's working fine as we expected. So So this API is done. Now let's implement this last API tool. It's basically we will be able to upload our CV or resume, and then basically we will get the feedback. It's kind of the replica of this AI article writer, but obviously we have to upload the file. So let's come here, and first let's create the UI. So I can come here in the pages and I can say review resume. I can say review resume dot view. I can copy the content from remove object, the UI basically, and I can come here review resume and I can paste that. So obviously I have to modify this. Obviously we don't need this object thing here and here as well, but here we will replace some stuff. First of all, let's start from the top. Obviously I have to change the title and description, so I can change this title and description and let's save it. And maybe we should, if I save that and if I come to this resume review, so we have that. Okay, now obviously we don't need this side by side stuff. We have, if I show you, at the top we have file and then we have at the bottom the content we will get. So here after this error, instead of flex wrap gap, I can simply again say, just like we had earlier, I can say flex call and then I can say space y should be 4, and then for this div I can simply say class should be width should be full. And then we have this card schema. Obviously instead of remove image object, I can simply say review resume, and then we don't need this object thing. We will be only passing the image, obviously not image, we will be passing the resume. Name of this will be resume. I will change that, and here I can say resume file, and here by the way we'll be only passing the PDF. So here I will say I will basically describe that. So we will have only the PDF and maximum this one. So here instead of state.image I can say state.resume, and here within this accept I will only say I want to accept only dot PDF, and that's it. And here in this, so obviously we will not get the any kind of content, so basically the any kind of image. So here again I will move back to the instead of image content I will say simple content. We have to define that, and also I have to remove this thing and I have to use the MDC, and I can simply say MDC. And here instead of removing background I can say reviewing the resume. Yes, that's it. Now first of all let's create this content, and I can replace this mapped URL with the content. So now here maximum file should be instead of 2 I can say 5. We don't need these dimensions. We accepted file types. I only need application by PDF, so here I can simply say application by PDF because we only need, it should be basically string, so here I can say that. And yes, we can keep it just like that, and here it should be resume instead of the image, and here this is fine, this is fine. And here in terms of the the accepted files I can say please upload a valid file, and here I can mention the PDF, that's it. And we don't need this thing because we will not be showing any preview, so I can totally remove it. And here I can say resume, and I think we are good to go. Obviously we instead of this image I have to say resume, and we don't need this thing. And obviously here we will say content, and I think yes, we are good to go. So now I can create the API. So here I can come into this basically into the AI tools, because here we will also use the OpenAI API. So here I will say review resume.ts. So I can copy this code one, I can simply copy that, not this one, maybe generate article, because here in this API as well we have to be creative. So I can paste that here. So obviously first up is to basically, because remove object we will be using the form data. So here I can simply copy these 2 lines, and here where instead of read body I will be saying read form data, and here instead of the image I can say resume. Yes, so if no resume, instead of this message I can say no resume provided if we don't have file. Yes, now the next step is basically, obviously here we will be passing the file. So what we will do, we will first extract the a complete text from the the PDF. User will upload from the client side, and then we will give the instructions to the OpenAI to give us the feedback. So how we can extract that? So if you see, I can import the package called from npdf. No, it doesn't exist. So if you come to the un.js, let's close these all of the extra files, and if you explore the universe, yes, PDF, for PDF file, if you see PDF, we have this package called utilities to work with PDF in Node.js browser and workers. I can select this one and we can install this one. I can copy that and I can install it. Yarn add on PDF. So we can basically extract they have this mention this thing, and we will be using the same thing, same approach. Let's wait for the installation to finish. Yes, we are done with the installation. I can copy this line, and I can paste that here. So the only step we have to change it here. So here I will simply say, after this one, I can say const array buffer is equal to, I will say await file dot array buffer, and then what I will do, I can say const buffer is equal to buffer dot from, and I can pass that array buffer, and then in order to read that, we can simply say this line, just like we are doing that. So I can paste that here, get document proxy new unit, and we can pass that buffer here we just generated. So how we can get the text? We can get the text like here. So I can maybe copy this line as well, and I can paste that here after that. So we will have the text. Obviously we don't need this total pages thing, and that's it. If we have multiple pages, I can merge that, and that's it. We will have that extracted. That's it. So here in prompt, we have to be basically the creative here. So here I can pass the prompt, so I can totally remove it, this thing, and here what exactly we can pass? I can say review the following resume and provide constructive feedback on its strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. Resume content, I'm saying this is the resume content, and I'm providing all that text we generated from the video. That's it, nothing else. So here within the we have user and prompt and temperature and maximum token we want to pass 1000. Yes, that's it, and we will returning the same thing. It's that simple. Now let's run the project and let's test this API as well. Now let's come here and let's review it. First of all, I have to change this card as well, just like we had for the article. So if I come here into the this one, right article, we had different styles for the card. So I can simply copy this whole thing and I can paste that here. Yes, now it's full. The height is full here. So another thing, this should be full, so I can see that. So here instead of V96, I can remove this thing, and this should be full automatically. Yes, it is full. So let's upload the resume. Okay, here I have my own resume. I can upload this. So we have that file. By the way, this is also Nuxt. This component is doing its magic. As soon as we have the file, it's showing this a beautiful layout that we have basically the file. So now if I submit, okay, we got the error. Because we didn't change the API. This is bad. So here I have to say, instead of this one, we have to call the review resume. Yes, now this should work. And if I do submit, obviously this is the error as well. Please select resume file. I should be saying resume file. This resume file is too large. Please choose a resume file smaller than this thing. Yes, valid resume file. So now let us test this again. I can pause, upload this one, and if I submit, it's reviewing for us. Let's see what we will get. Oh yes, we got it. Okay, here's the background. We have all the okay, yes, we got that response. So it's working fine. So we are done with all the tools. As we are done with the tools, I'm not sure if you guys noticed this thing or not. If I come to basically any of the AI tool, for example this conversation, basically the post, and any user can call this API. So if anyone has access to this API endpoint, for example if I go to the conversation.view, and if once we will deploy it, and if anyone can call this API, he can basically create the conversation. But we don't want that. We only want to do this type of thing for the logged in user. So how we can basically protect this thing? missing, we will create the, first of all, let's come to this Better Auth services, Better Auth. And here one thing I noticed is still missing is basically first of all we have to basically enable the account linking account. If I come here and then I can say account linking, and here I can say enable true. So what this means, it means, for example, if I logged in as GitHub with one email, and now I'm trying to again log in with now I'm trying to log in with Google, but obviously the email with my Google and GitHub are same, so then basically it will merge and treat as one account. So that's why we are doing that. So now first of all here I have to say, other than that, after that I can say here session, and here I can say cookie cache. Basically we want to cookie. Normally what Better Auth do, basically each time once it calls to database to fetch the session and check the session. You can read more about it here, Better Auth. And if I come here in the guidelines, optimize for performance, and here this one you can say that calling your database every time use session or get session, you will see we will be using this method here. So that's why I'm enabling that. So here I can say cache, maybe I can copy this whole thing, and after cache cookie I can say object, and I can paste that here. So basically the seconds, I think we can say 5 minutes. Yes, 5 minutes. Yes. So here I have to create two methods. First of all, here I can say export const get auth session is equal to async, and here I can pass the event, and the type of event here will be h3 event. And then here I will say const headers is equal to event dot headers. Okay, here I have to import this from h3. So here I can say import type from h3, and here I can say h3 event. So event dot headers. After that I can say const session is equal to await. Here this auth I have to use that. I can say auth dot get session, and here I can pass that. So here I can say headers, and here now I can say return session. If I hover on that, okay, that's strange. Why it's not working? Oh, sorry. Here I have to say auth dot API. Now you can see hover on that, and we have that session here. So by default, if you don't enable this thing, it will each time it will call us, it will call to the database. So imagine that for each API, for whenever we are using this get session method, because we will be using this in client side as well. So we want to avoid that, and you will understand the importance of this thing, this why we enable this, and once we use this in client side as well. So for now you can see I will explain it more in later as well. So here I have to create another method called require auth is equal to async, and here the event will also be h3 event. So I can say h3 event, and here I will say const session is equal to get auth session. I can pass the event, and after that I can say if session doesn't exist, I can throw the error. I can say basically here instead of throwing the error, what I will do, I will say return await send redirect, and I will basically redirect user to the login page. So here I can say auth login, and the code it will be 302, and after that I can say if session exists, I want to extend this event. How we can do that? I can say event dot context dot user is equal to session dot here I have to say await, and here I can say session dot user. So how we can use these two methods? So I can come here into the AI tools, and I can come to the code post. So here I can first of all, before extending that, here I can check that. So here I can say await, require auth, this one, and I can pass this event. So what this will do, so before calling any stuff here, this call we will be checking require auth, and within that if you see we are checking, first of all we are calling this method get auth session. We are checking that if session exists, then extend that. Otherwise what we are doing, we are basically redirecting to the login page. So let's test this thing whether it's working or not. I can save this code, and now I can run this project again. So the project is running, and now if I do the logout, because we want to test this API, if logout, if there is no user and he's trying to call this API. If I do the logout, and now I'm in the login page, and now if I go to the dashboard again, and if I try to call this API, let's see what will happen. So here I can come into the network, and here what I can say basic view code, and if I call this API, I should be redirected to the login page. That's strange. So if you notice, nothing is wrong and nothing is strange, but if you see, we are rendering that login page here within this. So this is not right. So instead of redirecting here, we can throw the error. So I can say throw create error, and within that I can pass status code. I can say 401 and then status message, and I can say unauthorized, and I can save it, and let's see how this goes. So we are still calling that API, and let's save that, and now let's test again. So I can call this API again, and I can paste that, and maybe let's inspect the request as well. And if I paste, see, we have that error, so it means it doesn't work. Our error throw the error, so it means we are saying here you should be redirect. One thing we can do, which we will do as well later as well, if I come here into the conversation page. Yes, are we in conversation? No, we are in the code page. So I can say code.view page, and when we are sending this, here we can check the error. So here I can say if error dot status code is equal to 401. If it's that, then I can say here await, I can say navigate to, and here I can redirect user to the login page. This is what we can do. And now if I try basic view code, although in theory, by the way, this will not be possible, but still we can do that. Basically we will protect these page, this conversation AI, all these endpoint will be protected. We will protect them by creating the middleware in the front end side, but still I just want to show you this approach as well. Again, you can see I'm automatically redirected to login page. So this is the second approach, but we will do the middleware approach. Basically here we will create the middleware in the Vue app, and where user, basically we will check if user is logged in, then redirect to the basically the protected page, which will be our dashboard tools page. Otherwise user won't be able to visit that page if he is not logged in. But still we can add this extra basically layer of security layer on the server side as well. Now if you see, we have to use this line everywhere, and right. So and another way is basically once we will implement the payment integration, we need access to the user as well. So how we can access the user? So here I can, if you see, we have extended the user object here. So how we can, because if now here in this API, if I try to access event.context.user, there is no user, I can't access that. So how I can do that? So for that I can create another utils here. Within this you can come here into the utils here, within this util, and here I can say define authenticated event handler dot ts. So we can create this method. So now we can extend that the context object. How we can do that? Here I can say type authenticated event is equal to h3 event. We can import that from h3, import type from h3, and here I can say h3 event, and here you can h3 event, and what I can say here, I can say context. I can add that. I can say context is equal to h3 event context, and we will have the user object within that here. So I can say user, and this user will be from the basically the Better Auth. So we can import that from the Better. And now here what we can say, instead of, if you see, this is the magic of Nuxt as well. Instead of using this define event handler, we can extend that. Basically how we can do that? I can here I can say, let's close this one, and here I can say export default define, obviously here it will be function. So I can say function define authenticated event handler. So this will be the handler, and here the type of it will be generic. So it will be generic, we can pass anything here, and within that, if you see this method, this is function, this is a function, and it expect event, right? So here what we can say, here I can say handler, because basically we have to pass the function within that method. So here I can say handler, and what this handler will, we have to pass here, we can say event, the type of, sorry about it. So this is not good. Why we are redirected and to the login page? After debugging, I found the issue. So if I come here into the middleware page, I have made the mistake. So here we should have the initial slash as well. So basically that was the mistake. So we should have that here. And if I now save that and log in again with Google, I can log in with this email. And now if I go to the dashboard page, and now if I go to the code generation, I can say basic Vue app, and we should be able to call that. And and we have this code. So now you can say we are protecting our server code, server APIs, and only the logged in user can access that, and that is one thing. And second thing is we are extending our event object and adding the user details if user exists. So we did these two things. Now let's integrate the Polar. How we can basically integrate the Polar integration. How instead of doing that, let's first create the counter, user counter here as well. So each time we call this thing, we can basically show what's the counter for that user and what's the what's going on. So let's create that. So for that, so now we are done with the server API protection. Now let's create the user counter. If you see, come here, and obviously I'm logged in as pro, so that's why I can't see that. So now if I basically log out, and here if I log in with GitHub, okay, if I go to the home page, this is the error on production, you can ignore it. And here if you see, we have this counter, we are showing that to the user. And by the way, another thing which obviously we will be implementing that, if I say basic app, if I call this API, we are throwing this pro model as well. So we will be implementing this whole thing, this pro thing, and each and everything. So now let's come here and let's create the counter here. So for first step, for this counter thing, I can come here into the dashboard sidebar, and here basically we will be creating that. So after this one, here basically we will have the user counter. So how we can, obviously it will be a separate component. So within component I can say const user counter dot view, and here I can say vbase, and here I can say class empty auto, and there I can say div. First of all, if you see, we have that separated here. So what I can do here, I can say after that, here I can say u separator, and then here I can say class px3, and after that here I can say another div, and here I can say class py6 and px2. After that here I can say div, and here I can add the class. So here basically we will have the text, basically how many generations we have. So for now I can mention the static generation. So I can say it will be p block, and here I can say 5/4 generations, free generation. And if I save that, and let's import that here as well. So here I can say user counter, or not this one, that's strange. So here I can say user counter, this one. And if I say that, we should be able to see that. Yes, we can see that. And now let's complete it. So after that, here if you see, we have this progress value. So we can add that value here. So here I can say progress, and here we have to pass the v model. So here I can say v model, and here it will be, for now we can keep it as const progress is equal to ref, and here I can say 10. And if I pass that here, let's see what we will see. See, it's 100/10, so it is the 10%. If I change this value to 99 or 90, it will be at the end. So that's how it's working. So after that, if you see, we have this upgrade button as well. So I can also create that. So after this div, I can simply write this button. It will be pretty simple button. We have this icon, lucid, zap, color is error, and that's it. So now we have that. Now let's create, obviously the UI is part done, but this should be dynamic. So how we can do that? For that, we have to extend basically the schema. I can come here and let's create another model here. And here I can say model, user, API, limit. And here I can say, first of all, it will be ID, and I can say string, and we will, obviously it will be ID, and then we will be auto generate. So here I can say default, and I can say CUID, and after that I can say user ID, because we will want to connect that. So here I will say string, and here I can say unique, and after that I can say count, I can say int, and default 0, and after that I can say created at date time, and after that I can say default, and here I can say now, and we will also have the updated at, and here you can say data and updated at, and here we can tab that. Let's format this and let's save that. So now keep in mind, we have to basically generate the migrations, and we have to also apply to the migration. So first step is to, that's strange, I can say npx prisma generate. So after that, the second step, I can say npx prisma migrate dev, and we can give the name. So I can say name, and here I can say user counter, and I can run this. And if you see, we have this new migration. This, if I come here, we should have this new migration. So again, as we are using this local deployment, so I can simply say npx prisma db push, npx prisma db push. If I run this command, okay, so I have to close this project, then it will be able to, because we got the error. So, and now if I apply that, this should work. See, we have that synced. And now in order to preview if it's working or not, I can simply say npx prisma studio, and we should have that model here. And if I come here, see, we have this user API limit. Again, if you are not doing this local development and you are using the Turso remote database URL, you have to run this command again, this db shell, this one. But obviously you have to replace this whole thing with the name we have here, this one, this complete folder name, and also the name of your database should be the name you have given. So that's how you have to apply the migration. And by the way, you will be running this command here within that. It's only if you are using the remote database URL, not for the basically the local deployment the way we are doing. So now we have this model. So what exactly we have to do? First of all, I can run the project, and second thing, I can come into so within these services, I can call here method called user API limit.ts, and here I can say export const increment API limit is equal to async, and user id is equal to string. And here I can say const user API limit is equal to await prisma dot user API limit dot find unique, and here we will check that. So I can say where if user ID exists. So if user API limit exists, then what should we do? We should basically increment the counter, otherwise we will create that. So here I can say await prisma dot user API limit dot update, and within that update I can say where user ID, and here I can say data, and within data here I can say count. I can say user API limit dot count +1, and here I can say else await prisma user API limit create, and here I can say data, and within that I can say user ID, and here I can say the count should be by default it's 1. So I can save it. So I can copy this method, and obviously we have to use for every tool which we are creating, because we want to increment this count each time we are calling this API. So here I can say code.post, as soon as we are done with this API, I want to increment. So here I can say increment, I can call this, and here I can say await, and here I can pass the user ID. How I can pass that? I can say event dot context dot user dot id. Remember, so here you don't have to worry about whether this user ID exists or not, because we have already checked 2 times, first in this method and second within this middleware, first within this middleware and second within this method. So we are fine. So now I can copy this, and I can basically in conversation as well, and I can paste that as here. Obviously I have to import this one as well. So I can come here and I can copy this line, and I can paste that here. So I can save it. Now let's run this project and let's check it whether it's working or not. So let's verify if our Prisma Studio is running. Yes, it's running, and obviously we know this is basically the dummy counter, but now because we want to see that counter if it's incrementing or not. So here I can say basic React app, and if I submit, here we have that response. Let's verify if it's worked or not. And if I come here, user, yes, see that we have this new counter, and count is 1. User ID is this one, user ID. Let's verify that. So POT, we are logged in as, I think, office logo, I think so, POT, this one, and this is the counter we have here. Now let's test again one more time. Basic Nuxt app, and we have Nuxt app as the response as well. Now if I refresh this one, we should have 2 here. See, we have that 2. So it means this is working. So now what's the next step? Next step is to basically we can create another small API where we want to show the exact count instead of this dummy count. So let's do that. So here I can say within this API I can call user.get.ts, and by the way, don't forget to add this nice route as well, because this will also be the protected route. So I can come here into the into the middleware, and I can basically extend that. So here I can say API and user. So I can save it, and now I can come to this user API limit, and here I can create another method to get the user count. So here after that, here I can say export const get user API limit count is equal to, it will be similar just like here. I can copy this line, and here I can do that. So here simply, first of all, obviously I have to find the unique one, so I can copy this one, and after that, if by the way it doesn't exist, so what I can do, I can say if it doesn't exist, and here if it doesn't exist, what I can say, return 0, and here I can say return user API limit dot count. So I can save it, so we will get the count. So here now I can come here into the user API which we created, and here I can say maybe I can use the conversation API, and I can simply copy this line as well, and I can paste that here, and this one and this one now, and here. So obviously here we will don't need this. Here I will say get API user API limit count, and here I can say const user API limit count is equal to, I can say await, and get user API limit count, and I can pass the event dot context dot user dot id, and I can simply return it user API limit count. So we will have that count here. So we have this method, and let's show that here. Another thing which I want to see here, as we know our total API limit counts are 5. So what I can do here, I can come here, and within this shared folder I can create another folder called utils. Remember, this will be automatically auto import. So here I can say user API count, user API, I can say limit dot ts, and here we can simple create one method, one const. Basically I can say const max count is equal to 5. If you want to extend, you can change that in single place, and it will work for everywhere. So now I can save it, and now let's call this API in the front end. So I can come to this user counter component, and here I can call the API. So how? Here I can say const is equal to await use fetch, and here I can say API user, yes, here, and here I have to say key is equal to user data, and here we will have the two values. Here I can say data is equal to, I can rename it to user data, and then I can say status. So here first of all, instead of progress as ref, it will be computed. So I can say computed, and here I can say what I want to return. I want to return if user data dot value exists. What then I can say return user data dot value dot user API limit count, and I want to basically divide this with maximum count. So obviously I can import that. By the way, if I rerun the project, it will be auto imported. So but here I can say from shared utils API limit, and here I can say maximum count. So maximum, and I can divide it with the 1000, and here I can say multiply with 100, not 1000. Else here I simply can say return 0. That's it. And here I can hide it. Here I can say if status cannot is equal to pending, and here instead of this free counter I can simply say first of all, yes, progress is there, and here I can simply say first of all it should be this one, and here I can say if user data exists, then I can say user data dot user API limit count, and else I can say user 0, where we have this error. Yes, that error is on. And now if I save that, I should have 2 here. See, we have 2. And by the way, I want to increment as soon as basically user extend this. How we can do that? So if I come here into the code.view file, as you can see here, we have defined this key. This is very important. So what I can do, this is also Nuxt magic. As soon as we are done with that, here within this method, I can say refresh Nuxt data, and here I can mention that key, either string or either key. If we want to refresh multiple data, then we can pass the array of strings, otherwise one single string. I can say user data, and I can also await, and I can save it. Or now notice this counter, basically 2 free generation. Here we should also have the counter as well. So here I should also have here max count 2 by 5 generation. Yes. And now let's test this. So if I here basic basic svelte app. If I call it, this should be 3 as soon as we are done with the API. See, this is 3 and we have that. Yes, it's working. Now, what's the next step? So we are done with the user counter. We are incrementing each time we are calling this API, and we are also basically displaying that as well. So now let's integrate the Polar, because we want to upgrade this user to the Pro, and then we will implement the remaining things here. Like if we want to only show this counter if user is either the guest user. If user is already Pro, then we don't want to show that. Obviously, in order to get the Pro state, we have to implement the Polar first, and then we have to move forward. So in the next chapter we will be implementing the Polar. So for Polar integration, we can come here into the Better Auth. Believe me, it's so easy to integrate the payment using with the help of Better Auth, because a lot of things previously I have implemented, and even for my clients work I have integrated the Stripe. I don't have experience of integrating the Polar for clients projects, but for my own personal projects I have integrated the Polar. Polar is so easy to integrate, and it's so easy to work as well as compared to the Stripe. But as I know it's easier to integrate as compared to this type, but with the help of Better Auth, it's again more easier to integrate. So how we can do that? I can come to these plugins. If you come here into the plugins, and if you scroll down here, you have Stripe and Polar. As for this, we will be using the Polar, so you can click on this Polar. So Polar is the developer first payment structure. Obviously we have to install these, so I can close this one, and let's install this. And obviously we don't need this Better Auth because we already have it, and also we have this yarn instead of PNPM. Let's do it. Let's install. Let's wait for the installation to finish. So we are done with the installation. So what are the next step? So we need Polar access token. How we can get that? I can come to this Polar website. Polar, by the way, you have to come to the Polar sandbox. Remember, Polar sandbox. If you click on that, you can come to the, first of all you have this, you can also explore the dogs, but let's come into this Polar sandbox. I am already logged in. Obviously if you are first time, you have to log in, and then what will be the next step? So here you can create the new organization. You can say new organization here, and here let's name, I can say Nuxt AI SaaS. Instead of dev, I will say recording, and I understand. Let's create, and here we can create our first product. I can say Nuxt AI SaaS Pro. Then I can enter the information. This will be a dummy description. I'm generating it from the ChatGPT. You can also generate that. So I will simply paste that description here. I will do this behind the scene. So I can paste that here. It's simple. I'm just describing the features. By the way, I generated it from the ChatGPT, so you can also do it. We don't need to add any media if you want. So obviously it will be our one-time purchase. It will be monthly, and it will be fixed price, and I will say 50. And here we don't have to do anything, and we can simply create the product. And now I can directly go to dashboard, and here obviously we need basically the Polar access token. And here how we can get that Polar access token? First of all, make sure the organization you just created is selected, and it is obviously our is this one, NuxtUI as recording. It's selected, this one. You can come into the settings, then here you can generate that. I can create this new token at the end. I can select all, and here I can say NuxtUI SaaS recording. I can say create, and I can copy it, and I can come into the .env file, and I can paste that here. So obviously I need the variable, so here different variables which we need, and I can paste that here. I can say Polar access. Then we also need other variable as well. I can mention that we need Polar server, Polar webhook secret as well. We need that, and then we also need Polar product ID as well, which we just created. So I can mention that here. So here this one, let's make it string. By default is string, but it's just better. Okay, I can save it. Now obviously I have to mention these in the Nuxt config file as well. So I can come into the nuxt.config, and after this one I can paste that here. So how we can get these other values? So obviously here Polar server, it will be either sandbox or it will be either, if you can see that, either it will be sandbox or it will be production. So here I can simply say server. Here basically it will be our sandbox. So these value can have only two values, sandbox or production. Obviously our is sandbox. So how I can get the webhook secret? So for getting the webhook secret, how we can create, I can come here into the webhooks. They have basically, by the way, the Polar has mentioned how we can configure the webhook secret. So here we have to add the endpoint. So for endpoint, first of all I can select all of these. Obviously you can filter out, but just to be safe I am selecting all of these. Obviously we will not be implementing this whole stuff, but still I can create that. And I can, here I have to mention the URL. Keep in mind here the URL should be in the HTTPS form, but our local host run in the HTTP. So how we can do that? So you can come here, we will be using the basically the ngrok for that. You can set up on your own. How you can do that? You can check the documentation. It's pretty easier and it's free to use at basic level. So you can check the installation, how you can set up that. After that you can come to this. It's pretty simple. You have to run this command. So you can come to the GitHub, my own account, next Polar guide, and if you scroll down you have to run this command basically here in your terminal. Keep in mind, don't forget to install the ngrok. So here this one, I can copy this one and I can open the terminal, simple Google terminal. You have to open simple Google terminal and you have to run this command, ngrok http 3000. This port should be where our local project is running. If you have customized this thing, don't forget to customize that here as well. So now if I run this command, I will get, so for this URL, particular URL, we will get this URL. So I can copy this, I can come here, I can mention. Now here I can say, if you see into the Polar, as it's mentioned, the URL for this is Polar webhooks. So here what I can do, here I can simply mention API auth and Polar webhooks. Here I have to remove this. That's it. And I can create, and we will get basically the token for that as well. I can copy secret and I can webhook. I can paste that here. And now I need this product ID. Obviously this is, I can come here into the products. We have this product and I can simply copy the product ID from here and I can paste that here. Now first of all let's run the project, and here within this services I will call another method here, basically the file called polar.ts. So now here you can see that what are the next step after getting that. So we can extend basically the plugins and each and everything within the Better Auth. But we will do all this magic within basically the separate file, and we will import that here. So if the configuration option are all here. So here what I can do, I can import this, I can import this one, and here I can say const Polar client. So for Polar client I can copy this code and I can remove this one, and here instead of using by this way, I can import all the variables which we need here, and here I can say use runtime config, and here I can say we need Polar access token, we need Polar server, we need Polar product ID, and we need Polar webhook secret. So here now obviously I have to mention the Polar access token, and here instead of this way I can simply say Polar server, and here I can say as sandbox or production, and I can mention that. That's it. Now the errors are gone and everything is working. So if you see next, we have to set up, basically this will be the method which will be export from here and use that within this Better Auth. So here I can say export const, I can say setup Polar is equal to, and it will return, if you see this is we are returning this Polar object. So I can say Polar, and by the way we have to this import from the Better Auth. So here just like here, so I can simply copy this line and I can paste that here. So here I can say Polar, and within that I can pass the different options which we need. First of all I can say client, and for client I can simply say Polar client, which we defined here at the top. Then I can say create customer on sign up. This is very important, and this is also the magic of Polar. As soon as we will register the user in our application, what we are saying here, create the customer in the Polar as well. So it will automatically create the customer here in the, so I can say true. After that I can say use and this product thing at the top. I think we have that, this user product. So maybe I can copy that. So in the use, it will be array, and I can simply paste it. Obviously here, instead of hard coding the product, I can remove these, and here I can say Polar product ID. So here I can say Polar product ID, and for Slag I can say pro monthly, and success URL will be our home URL, and authenticated user, only the user who are logged in should be able to visit this page. And after the checkout, if you see, we can this portal and usage as well. I can say portal usage, and after that I can define the webhooks. So for webhooks, I only have to mention, because we are not doing anything, we will be only just setting up. So I can say secret, and I can say Polar webhook secret. That's it. So this is the basic setup for Polar which we need. So I can copy this method, and now I can come to the Better Auth server services, and I can use that here, which we are here. So here I can come. So after these sessions, I can say plugins, and in plugins I can say now it will be array, sorry, and I can say setup Polar. We can import that from services folder. That's it. This is it. Now obviously I can tell you how we can basically, oh, this is wrong. So here I should be saying Polar, not Polar. So I can rename it, and here I can say services Polar. So that's it, and I can save it. Now how I can use it? So obviously I have to made the one change in the here as well. So if you see, we have to configure in the client side as well. So in create a here we also have to do that. So here I can import that. I can come here and I can import that here, and here I can say plugins and Polar client. That's it. And now here I can also create the method to, for example, if we want to upgrade user, what exactly we have to do. It's so simple. Here I can simply create one method. If you see, they have mentioned that here as well. Simply we have to call auth client checkout. If by the way, we know we have passed the hard coded products ID, because in our case, if I go to the services, we have hard coded already passed this product ID. But if you want to dynamically pass the product which user want to either purchase, or so you can also pass that here as well. So what exactly I will do here, if I come here, I will create here method called const upgrade user to pro is equal to, it will be async method, and here I can simply say await auth client dot checkout, and I can simply pass the slug. I can say slug, I can say pro monthly. That's it. I can save it, and I can export this one. And now let's come to the user counter, and let's call that method here. So here I can simply import that method. How I can say is equal to use auth, and here I can say upgrade user to pro, and here I can simply call that method. That's it. I can say click is equal to upgrade to pro, and I can save that. Now let's come here and let's see if it's working or not. Let's wait for because it's refreshing. And now if I click on this upgrade method, let's see what happens. So seems like everything worked, or obviously not worked. So now we are automatically we are being redirected to here, and now we can basically enter our details. So here I can enter my email, and here I can enter card name. So this is the dummy card. You can also use this one 424242. So this is the text card. So keep in mind, this is the text card 424242. And then here I can enter my country, and then we don't have discount, and let's see if it's working or not. If I subscribe, payment successful, getting your products ready, and I should be redirected to home page as soon as this payment is done. And yes, I am at the home page, so it means it worked. How we can verify that? If I come here and if I come to the home page, I should have that. Yes, I have that feature. We have the customer, so everything works. So payment is integrated. That's it. Now obviously, how we can verify whether this particular logged in user is pro or not, whether he subscribed or not. For that, I can extend this basically the method, and I can create more APIs. Another method, I can come into this Polar, and let's create two methods more. So here we can get the Polar customer state. You can read more about here how you can get that Polar customer state. This is pretty simple. You can also check their docs as well. It's simple. This is the, obviously we will not use this you can say the Better Auth plugins here, because I want to call this method on into the client side. So what I can do here, we can use the official docs, and we can also get that from here. So if I go to the Polar docs, and I mention Polar customer state, and if I come here, it's pretty simple to call this API by external ID. I love this feature. By external ID mean, you can use this the user ID of the external database, which our own user ID, and we will be able to access that. So here I can simply say export const get Polar customer state is equal to async, and here I can say user ID string, and then I can say const Polar is equal to create Polar client. Why we don't have that? Oh, sorry, it's simple Polar client. I can say Polar client, and then here I can say const customer state is equal to await Polar dot customers Polar dot, okay, this should work. Oh, here I made the mistake. Here I should be returning this thing. Yes, and here I can say return. Basically it should be method, and it should return. So I can reuse it. I can return it, and simply that's it. And here it should be method call. Why we are getting the error? Yes, it's working fine. So here now I can say customers dot get state by external ID. Oh, I can't describe how beautiful this method is. If you have experience of integrating the stuff via Stripe, I can't describe. So here we have the user ID. So now here I can say return customer state. It will return the customer state. So that's it. So now this format code is also format. We need another method here as well, is to basically get if if we want to redirect user. If for example if I come here, and if I logged in as with different user which is logged in, and if I logged in as this user because this is the pro user, and if I go to the explore tools basically, and if I click on this billing method, if you click on this manage subscription, if you notice we are redirecting user to this particular page, right? This page. So how we can get that? For that we will create this method. So here I can say export const get customer portal URL. So we will get the portal URL. So I can say get customer portal URL is equal to, it will be also async, and we will pass the ID. So here I can say that, copy that, not this one. I can copy this thing, maybe this one as well, and I can this one, and then I can close this thing. So we have that Polar. Next I can say I can copy this one as well, and here I can say instead of customer state I can say customer sessions, and I can pass that, and here instead I can say dot create, and instead of here I can say external customer ID, and here it will be customer session, and I only have to return customer session dot customer portal URL. That's it. I can save it, and now I can come to the user website, user dot get website, not website, sorry, to the API, and here I can return more stuff. So here I can say const customer portal URL is equal to await get customer portal URL, and here we can pass the user ID. We also need customer state, so I can say const customer state is equal to await, and I can call get Polar customer state, and I can pass this event dot context. And now here from if you hover on that, we have the customer state object. So here what I can do, I can say const user subscription. Basically I can say subscription is equal to customer state dot active subscriptions. So if we have that, the only because user will have only first subscription, either it will be undefined or either it will be customer subscription. So now here I can return that. So first of all I can say customer, I can return this customer portal URL, and I can also return the subscription, and that's it, and I can save it. Now let's run the project, and now let's come to the user counter component. So now basically we want to show this counter only if user is not pro. So how I can do that here, because we know in user data we had that subscription as well. So here what I can do, I can say const is pro is equal to, I can say computed method, computed, and here I can say either it will be true or false. So if user data dot value dot subscription, if it exists then it means user is pro, otherwise it's false. So here I can simply say if and is pro is false, that's it. And now if I save that, and let's see how this will look like. And now obviously I have to go to the, I can go to the dashboard page. See that token is automatically gone because we are, if I remove this condition I will be able to see that basically the is pro, the counter here, see. And I can also show the value here within, so you can also see I can say is pro, and I can save it and see we have that is pro value. Yeah, the by the way we can return the boolean, so here I can return the boolean. So if I save it, either it will be true or false. So you can say the is pro is true. This is the way. So now I can obviously undo the changes I have implemented, and here I can say return the boolean values, and that pro method is gone. Now we can also implement, if I come here into the dashboard page, home page maybe, and if I come to the explore tools page, and if I basically click on this thing, we have this settings page. Let's also create this settings page, and I can implement this manage subscription, like if you know different way. If we are on pro plan, then I can show here the button to cancel the subscription either, or see the subscription status, each and everything. Let's create the setting page. So within this dashboard I can say settings dot view. So here it will be pretty simple page. So here we will have the vbase, and here we will have the container and with some classes, and then we will have the page title. And if I come here and if I paste that here, and if I save it, let's see if we can see that or not. And if I open this thing, and if I go to the billing page, I think we have separate link, so I can customize this button as well. If you see, we have here the different button, but here we have different button, the links. So now if I go to the nav bar, dashboard nav bar, yes, we should redirect user to the settings page. Here I can mention that, and if I open that and if I click on these billings, I am in the settings page. Obviously I have to define the layout, so here I can say define page meta, and here I can say layout should be dashboard, and I can save it. We should have that sidebar, the top nav bar, each and everything. Yes, now it's working. So now here basically we need the API data as well. So what I can do here, I can copy this because we need this, all of these stuff. So I can copy this stuff and I can paste it here, and obviously I also need is pro status, so I can come here and I can copy it, this one. After that I can paste it, and here basically if you see we have different message based on the different status. So for example, if I log out and logged in with the user which is not pro, so that is with the GitHub. If I log in with that user, explore tools, and now if I go to the billing and settings page, here we are saying you are currently on a free plan. So I want to show the different text based on the different status. So here I can simply say a simple string. So what exactly I'm doing, subscription message. If is pro is false, I can simply say you are currently on a free plan. Otherwise, if user data dot value dot subscription exists and user data dot value subscription dot end that is also exists, then I am simply returning that date is to basically showing you are currently on pro plan, and but it will be if basically user have cancelled it. By the way, user can also cancel this subscription. I can show you. For example, if I do log out and if I log in as this with this user which is pro user, and now if I go to the explore tools page and if I go to the settings basically, and now if I manage subscription, next billing, see if user didn't cancel it, I'm just showing the next billing date, otherwise I'm showing the cancel date, or we can also say it will be end on. So by the way, let's see if I cancel it, how we can cancel it. If I view a subscription and if I cancel subscription, I can cancel subscription. I can go to this page and I can basically come here in home page and refresh it, and now if I go to the explore tools page, and now if I come on this billing, see you are currently on a plan but it will be cancelled on this thing. So this is what we are doing here, so you can check it. I'm just comparing the different dates, each and everything. I can mention this line here, so you can this is for you. You can also view that, otherwise I can move back where it was. So now we have to obviously use that subscription message here. So after this page heading, I can simply paste this simple code. What exactly we are doing? First of all, at the top we are showing the subscription message based on different status. Then what exactly we are doing here, if obviously we don't have is loading, so I can completely remove that thing. So here instead of upgrade, I can say upgrade to pro. So if user data exists and is pro is true, then we are showing the customer manage subscription button, which will redirect user to the Polar customer URL, and otherwise we will just show the upgrade button which we were showing here, and that's it. Now if I save it, and now if I come to this home page, so you are currently on a pro plan. Yes, this user is on the pro plan, and if I click on this manage subscription, I am in the customer portal session. See, that is working. So you can say the Polar integration is now done. Now in the next chapter, basically we want to create the home page and also basically show the this user state and each and everything, because if I come here in the home page, it not looks nice. So let's create that. So before creating the home page, I think it will be best if I come here. By the way, if you guys noticed in the code.post.ts, yes, we are validating whether user is authenticated or not, but we also want to protect this user. Like, yes, user is authenticated, but this user should be pro in order to call this API, unless he has make 5 requests, which basically we are giving the free request. So we have to make that thing here as well. And how we can do that? Obviously we have to check the different things here, so we can do that here. So here I can check the first step. I can say if free trial exists or not. How we can do that? I can create one method, and here I can call that method. I can say const get user free trial status, and obviously we will be passing the is equal to it will be async method. So I can say async, and it will be user ID, and here I can say a string, and here I can say const user. Obviously it will be the exact replica of this thing, so maybe I can copy this, not this one, so the user API limit services. So this one I can copy that thing and I can paste that here, user API limit, and then here I can check if user API doesn't exist or user API limit dot count is less than max count. Remember, we use this in the shared folder, shared and then utils, so we can use this in the server code as well. So that's why we have that. So if it's true, if it's less, then it means user is on free trial and he is allowed to perform the next action. So otherwise I will return false, and I can save it. So here I can call that method, and here I can say await, and I can pass that event dot context dot user dot id. So what should be the next thing? So here obviously I can check that. So I can say const is trial exist or not. So imagine that if it doesn't exist, right? And here it means I also have to check because this is the first step. We are checking that whether this exists or not. So here we also have to check the pro status as well, whether user is pro or not, because we also want to increment the counter only if user is pro or not. So how we can do that? Here we can also create another method called get user pro status, and here I can say const get user pro status is equal to, it will be almost similar to this. So I can copy this code and this one, and let's say, and for user basically the pro status, here I have to say const customer is equal to await. I can get the Polar customer state. How I can get that? We have already method, and here I can say get Polar customer state from the services we have created here, and here I can pass the simple user ID, and here I can say if basically user subscription exists, then it means user is pro, otherwise it's not. So here I can say return, sorry, not like this, return customer dot subscription active subscription 0, and here I can return the boolean value. Either it will return the true or false. If it exists, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. That's it. If I hover on that, it's returning boolean, and I can call that method here as well. And here I can say const is pro, and here I can say, or not like this, I can call that get user pro status, and I can copy this and I can paste that here. And now basically if user is pro, if it's not pro, then I want to increment, otherwise it's not. And before that, obviously if both cases are basically the false, then what we should do, we should here throw the error. So if is pro is false and free trial also doesn't exist, then what should I do? I should throw the error. So I can say throw create error and free trial has expired, please upgrade to pro. So I can save that, and here I can also say here obviously if it's not pro, then basically don't increment it. So here I can say if increment only if user is not pro. Obviously, for example, if user is pro, then there is no need to increment the counter because there is no usage for us. So we will keep that, you can say, the maximum value either at the 5. Won't be able to move further for that. So here I can say if is pro is true, then basically increment this one, because obviously we are throwing this error once both are false, otherwise we can move ahead, and we are incrementing that. Now here if you noticed, we need these two methods, this checking, this calling, and this as one as well for every tool which we have. So what I can do, I can create basically a separate util service where we have I have this stuff, and I can use that for so we can reuse it. So how I can do that? I can come here into the utils and into the service, not service, here into the server utils, remember, and here I can say validate user pro, validate user status and ts, and here I can create those methods and also call those methods. First of all, I can cut this and I can paste that here, and here I can create another method where which we will be importing. I can say export const, I can say validate user pro user status is equal to, it will be async, and we will be passing the user ID here, and I will pass the string, and here I can say within that, first of all I will call these two methods. So I can simply copy these two lines and I can paste that here, and within that we can also check. So obviously here it will not be user context ID, it will be simple control T, it will be just like that, and here we can also cut this thing. I can cut it and I can paste that here, and if you noticed, we need this is pro status here. So what I can do, I can simply return the is pro value here. I can say return is pro. So instead of validate, we can also maybe get user status, but let's keep it that simple. So we have to import this method as well. So I can come here, I can cut this line and I can paste that here. Yes, that's it. I can save it and we have that. Now this should work. So how I can do that? Obviously I need this method. So first of all, let's run the project. So we can access this validate user status method here within here. So here what I can do, obviously here I can say const is pro is equal to validate user status, and I can pass event dot context dot user dot id, and I can save it. Now obviously I have to copy this everywhere. It will be just copy paste, and obviously we have to copy this line as well. So what I can do, I can copy this line, maybe I can make it this one bigger, and let's copy this line and make more two screens, and within this, so basically if I open conversation after this messages, I can paste it, and then I can also paste this line as well. After this I can paste this line, I can save it, and now I can come into the generate article, and before writing I can is pro, and I can copy this line, and here I can increment this one as well, because we were not incrementing. So I think I have to import, I have to say increment API limit. Yes, now we are fine. So now again I have to copy this line, and I have to say in the blog title, first of all let's verify whether we did in the conversation here as well. Now let's come to blog title, and here at the top I can mention that, and now I can use this line, I can copy it, I can paste it, I can say increment API limit, and I can save it. Now obviously I have to use again here as well, and I can come here into the review resume, and before creating this prompt, maybe even before creating this, after verifying the file, I can say is pro, then we can extract that, and here obviously I need this line as well, and here I can increment it. Basically obviously I need to import, so I can say API increment limit, and I can save it. So for AI tools we are done. Now obviously I have to do this for Cloudinary tools, so I can select this one, and let's check the pro status. After this file I can say simply say is pro, and then I can use it. So this is the, you can say, the benefit of securing the or reusing the code. So increment API limit. And now this final one, let's click on that. Let's verify this line, and after this file, let's check that, and let's check this one as well. So after here returning, I can increment API limit, and let's save it. So we are done with the remaining verification of this, user pro status and each and everything. So we are done with that. Now basically we can happily move to the next chapter, which is the basically our home page. So now again I missed the trick. So before going to the home page, basically we have to implement this pro model stuff, and I think it will be best, because if you this is my deployed application, and if I come here into the conversation, and if I try, and keep in mind I'm not a pro user here. So here if I say cat versus dog, if I send the request, see we are getting this error, upgrade to the NuxtUI Pro, and we are not processing the user request, right? And we already handled this thing. If you come here into this validate user pro status, we are already handling that. So if I go to the implementation, not like that. So validate user pro status, if user is not pro, we are throwing the error. So from backend point of view, we already did. Now we have to implement this in the front end. So for that, I can come here into the components and called new component called pro model.view, and here I can get the base component, and I can say pro model, and we will be using this in the dashboard. So I can come here in the dashboard layout, and after this here I can say pro model. Oh, rename, yes, I have to rename, and here I can say rename, and here I can say pro model. Yes, now it's working fine. So I can save it, and now I can move into the pro model. Now let's come here, and for this basically we will be using pro model. It will be a model, so basically we will be using the U model from the NuxtUI component, NuxtUI, this model component. So how I can start creating that? First of all, it will be, I can create the composable for it, and here I can say use pro model.ts, and here I can say export default create shared composable. This composable from NuxtUI. So by default, each time we create composable, it has, you can say, for example, we are using in 3 components, so it has its own state. Like the ref I will define here in this, here I can explain the basically, maybe I will explain once we will create that. So I will tell you how it's working. So here we will have one state variable const is open is equal to ref false. So now we have this is open ref false. Now imagine I use this composable in dashboard navbar, dashboard sidebar. So in each component by default is open is will be false, right? But if I change this is open to true, if I change that in the dashboard navbar, for dashboard sidebar it will still remain false. So here it will still act as false because it will act as its own state. But once we use this shared composable, what will happen, this is open will be, you can say, the a global value. It will not be its own state. So we will be able to use this value everywhere. If we change this to true in both components, it will act as true. So we will not create the unique instance of this thing. So that's why we are using that. Because of here now I can say const toggle model state is equal to, here I can pass the model state, I can pass boolean, and here I can say is open dot value is equal to model state, and we can return these two, and here I can say is open, and here I can say toggle model state, and I can save it. Now let's do is in the pro model component. So I can import that, and here I can say const is equal to use pro model, and here we will have that. So here I can say is open, and we will say toggle, and here now I can say u model, and here u model, and we will can pass the value here. So I can say v model open is equal to is open, and here I can say title, and I can say upgrade to Nuxt AI Pro, and I can save it. If I save it, and you can see we are already using in the dashboard layout, so we should be able to see it, because now in order to see it, I can change this value to true. And if I change, and here if I come here into the dash, see, we can see this model. Now here I can say template, and here I can say body, and we can define everything. I can say p4, and then I can see text center, and I can say flex all, and space y, and here we will have, if you see, we'll have every tool link. So I can save that, and see, we have that by default, the separator. And if we come go to AI tools, and here tools, basically we will be importing it from here. So along with AI sidebar A routes, so by the way, we will be using this, I will create this new one. Basically, if you see, if you come into the dashboard page, here we also have this. So I will create the, instead of using the sidebar routes, I will create another array, and I will use that, and it will be export const AI tools is equal to, it will be a simple array, and you can say I generated this description from ChatGPT. You can also use that, and here I'm pasting that, so I can also show you the complete. So if you want to copy, you can use that. So we have first conversation, basic in description, for icon lucid, for path, and for Bayesian text. Then we have code generation, icon is this code one, AI article writer square pen, for this load hash, for background removal this lucid eraser, for object removal scissors, and for this one file check. So I can save it, and now here we can import that. I can come here, and here I can say Nuxt link, and here we can pass that. I can say for tool in AI tools, we are importing from AI tools. So next we can give key and 2, and then basically if we have the card component here, so here it will be a basic card component, and if I save that, and if I come here, see, we have that. So it's basic card, I'm adding some basic padding, then the width, and this is the button icon, and then we have this, the title of it, and then this icon. So basically we are trying to show here user what should be in the pro version if you do it. So after this div, we can also add this upgrade button at the end. So if I come to the basically dashboard nav bar, here we have this from user counter. I can copy from user counter this upgrade. Obviously we need this composable as well, because we need this upgrade to true method as well, because if user click on that, we want to redirect user to user counter. And I can copy this one, and after that here I can pass it, and if I save it, we should have that here. So obviously I have to add the spacing from the top, and here I can say MT4, and I can save it. So now we have the pro model. Now obviously we have to show it. Obviously how we can show it, just like we are showing here, if user is is done with its free generation, and if he sends the request, we are showing that. So how we can do that? First of all, I can change the true value to false by default, so it will be hidden. And now if I, first of all, this user, I can move its the counter to 5 manually instead of calling the API each time. So I'm logged in as this Hafiz one. So if I come into the let's see the ID of it, so SIV, if I come to the user API limit, maybe first once I can call the API, so it will be we will create the creation. So here I can say cat versus dog, and if I send that, so we have that. And now if I come here, we should have that. If I refresh, I can refresh. Sometimes it can take time. So we have the error, and I totally missed it. Why? Basically I can explain. If you see, we are getting this error the Polar customer ID doesn't exist, external ID. Why this happened? Because we implemented the authentication and everything earlier, and then we integrated the Polar. So if you remember, if I come to the Better Auth, here we are saying once we register the user, if I come to the implementation of this one, so here create customer on sign up. So obviously the customers we already had, so they for them we don't have ID in the Polar dashboard. So that's why we are getting this error. So what's the solution? Obviously we are in the local development, so we can easily delete all of these users and account as well. So everything I just want to clear everything here as well. So here as well, and I can delete this one and verification. So we have clear database, so I can again register the user. Basically if I come here into the logout, and now if I have to register that, so if I say login with GitHub, return to application, if I come back again, if I refresh, and now if I try again, yes, now this worked. And now if I come to the dashboard, so basically I just refreshed, there was no error, I just refreshed it. If I come here, I should have a user here, and we have that user. By the way, another thing which is important to mention, because now I'm recording this module on a new day, obviously you won't be able, you will not be completing this project in a single day, it's kind of impossible. So don't forget to, because this is in the development, and so each time you basically do the local development, you have to change the webhook URL, because each time we run this command ngrok, we get unique URL, so you have to change this into the Polar as well. So I can copy this one, and I can come into the Polar dashboard, and you can come into the webhooks details, and you have to change this URL, this one, and paste this one and save it. Now if I come to the customers, first of all we should have that GitHub customer, remember that. And maybe I can I delete this customer? Delete customer. Okay, delete customer, because this was, we already deleted this customer, and now I can delete this from here as well. Delete account session, again I'm in clear. And now if I come here and into the logout, just refresh one time, and now if let's log in with GitHub, and we should have, and now if I come here, we should have a new user here, and I also should have a new customer here. If I refresh this one, see, we have this new customer, obviously it's not subscribed. And now if I come to the dashboard, and now if we send the request, we should have that one generation each time, cat versus dog. And if we send it here, we should have that one. Why is that? And if I come to the user API limit, we should have that here. Again, something went wrong. Okay, that is strange, because something is getting wrong. Oh, although this conversation worked, now if I come into the conversation.view page, remember we are not refreshing here, so I totally forgot, so that's why it's not working. So if I come to the code, remember we were refreshing the user data, so I can do that here as well. And if I save that, and now if I refresh this page, we should have two generation here. Okay, for some reason we are not calling this API, and I think this is happening in backend. So let me check, and I will be back. So this was the mistake. If you see, if I come, obviously if I come to the conversation, and every tool we are calling this API, right? And if I come to the validate user status, and if you see, when I'm calling this user and this get user pro status, this is the basically the async method, but here I'm not using that await. And if I try to basically log in here, and is pro, it's returning the basically is promise. And so you can say this is the strange about JavaScript, so it's this is considering as is pro true, so that's why we are not even calling this API. So that's why this is happening. So how I can fix that? I can come here and I can simply say await, and this should be fixed. And by the way, imagine that we have used this method in every API call, we have to change everywhere. Now we only have changed this at one place, and this should work. And let's see if it's working or not. And if I increment, even here I'm not using that, so here I also have to change that. That is strange. I can copy this one, because we are using this everywhere. So here I can search for everywhere, and you can see that we have every tool, code, conversation. So I can replace with await, see, replace. And let's rerun the project, yarn dev. So now let's try that, and hopefully it will work. Cat versus dog, cow. And if I increment, yes, finally it worked, and we have incremented it. And now if I refresh this thing, and user API limit count, if I refresh, and yes, finally we have that user API limit, and I can change this to directly to 5, which is the limit of it. And I can say save changes. And now if I refresh this application, we should have 5x5 generation, 5x5 generation. And now if I try to call the API, we should get the error. So I can say cat versus dog, and if I send the API, see, we have that this error, right? We get the error 403 free trial has expired, please upgrade to pro. Now how I can show that pro model? So this is the magic. So this is the conversation. I can come here, and here in the error we can check that. And here after this, here I can say if error dot status code is equal to 403, and here I can say, and here obviously we need that composable as well. Cons use pro model, and here I can say toggle model state, and here I can say true. So I can save it, and I can save it. And now if we call cat versus dog, and if I open true, see, we have that. And now imagine that if I don't basically conversation.post, if I come into the use pro model, if I don't use this shared composable, and I can for now temporarily remove it, and if I save it, so now what will happen now? Obviously here we are using this composable, and we have the instance here, and here you can see the is open value is basically a false, right? And in order to verify it, I can basically, maybe I can add that, and here I can show it basically what's the value here. So here we have the false, right? And we are also using this obviously in the pro model as well, and here by default the is open value is also basically false, right? Now once, as you can see, we are changing that value here to true if we get 403 error, and I can verify that to you. So if I say cat versus dog, so we are changing this value to true. So although value is true, but I can't see that model. Why this is happening? Because here in the pro model, the is open value is still basically false. So this is, because it's creating its own state here. This each time we will use that. So this is why it's happening. So I can move this back to the basically first of all shared composable, and I can say it's false. I hope it's cleared now. And now I can come to the conversation page, and let's remove this. I can totally remove it, and I can save it. Let's copy it. Maybe I can copy it. Basically I want to replace somehow everything, and I can remove this thing, and here I can say copy, and let's see if so conversation, generate block title, remove background. We have all 6 tools here, and I can replace this with this following code. So I can copy this one, and I can remove this thing, and I can simply copy it, and I can place it, and I can save it. So I hope it will work, and I can save it. Now obviously we need this basically composable as well for every component. So we will also verify that if it's working or not. So first of all, yes, we have that, and I can paste that composable. Oh man, I made the mistake. It should be, by the way, along with this thing, we should also have the code as well. That is my mistake. And here we will also have basically if, so here I can say if error dot status code is equal to 403, and here I can say toggle model state, and here I can say true, and I can copy it, and I can replace it, and now I can replace it everywhere. I know I'm getting confused, you two guys as well. So let's move to the step 1, and here, so okay, I now got it. It only happened here within the, I can copy it. If I come here, yes, here it's fine, we have checking that as well, but if errors 403, we are showing that model, but here I think this missed everywhere. I should be implementing this in other APIs as well, but finally it's working here, so we are fine with it. So now let's verify this in the conversation. Obviously we have that. If I come into the block title generator, although we are using that, but we don't have composable, so I can mention the composable, and now that error should be gone. So I can save it. Now I have to do this in the remove background as well, so I have to mention that here as well. I can save it. I have to do remove object, and here if you see, save this one, review resume, and here as well, and save it, and write article, and here as well. So that is fixed. I hope now this is clear. Basically it worked, but I got confused once because in code 1 we also have this thing as well, this 401. So it means we can do that, this check in basically these all of these components as well. So what I can do, I can copy this thing, right? I can paste that here, and now if I come to the code, we can copy this whole block where we are checking the authentication as well as this toggle state. So I can paste that here, and I should replace it everywhere. And now if we come to the conversation, we have that 401 error as well, block title, remove background. So everything worked. I hope it's clear, and I didn't confuse this simple thing that much. So we have this thing as well. Now let's complete this basically the dashboard page like this one. It will be pretty simple. So if I come here into the dashboard index.view, currently it's simple dashboard page, and we can do that here. So if I come here into the dashboard page, dashboard page. So here I can say, u container. So here I can say by4, and here I can say width full, and maximum width should be full one. And here we can add the, just like where we have the page heading, I can also mention copy this one, and we can add the text. So for text I can copy this, I can say explore the power of AI, and we can also copy this text, and I can replace this one here, and I can save it, and let's see if it worked or not. So yes, it worked. Now we have to design these cards. These will be pretty simple. So first of all, obviously I need the, after this one we need AI tools as well. So I can say AI, I can say v for, and in source I can say AI tools. So we have this auto imported, and from here from the constants. So it will be simple Nuxt link and card. So after this thing I can say div, and I will have class, it will be grid calls. By default it will be basically 1, but from MD I can say grid calls 2, and then on SM on LG basically I can say grid calls 3, and I can paste this simple link. It's pretty simple, and if I save it, we should have that, and we have that. The only thing is missing is gap, so I can say gap 4, and if I save it, we have that gap. So now finally we can move to the home page. So if I come here, if I come into the home page, it's quite basic. We have an banner, then these tools, and then these reviews, basic reviews. So here I can index.view, and it's pretty simple. And here I can say class is equal to hide full, and here you can say u container, and here we have this banner. So from banner it's pretty simple, add its UI. So I will not be spending that much time, so mostly I will copy paste code, but I will show the whole code so you can also see that. And if I save it, and if I see, we should see that here as well. And if I come into the index page, so what exactly going on here? By the way, here we should also have this basic nav bar, and if I come into the, and here we should have that nav bar. First let's complete the nav bar, then and here I can say app nav bar that view, and here I can say nav, and here I can say class, and I can say fixed, and height should be 16, and here I can say top 0, left 0, right 0, and z 50, bg white, and here I can say this one. So some basic dark different class, background blur mode, border bottom, and then the different background classes. And now if I save it, and if I come here into the default, and here I can say app navbar, and if I come here, and here we have that navbar, and here we can say let's complete the, because here we will have the logo, and then a basic container, and here I can say u container, not like this, u container, and then I will have basically the logo. If I come to the logo component, remember we have this logo component, I can simply use that. So here I can say logo, and if I save it, so here we have that. Here I have to add some classes in container as well, so I can say class, and I can say flex full items center justify between, and if I save it, and here we have that. Now if you see for this nav bar, basically we have this theme toggler, but if I come to the explore tools, here we have this stuff as well, see name as well. So what I will do, I can add the slots here, so each time we will use this, we can dynamically add content. So here I can say slot, and the name of this should be name, I can say center content, and I can add another, because we will be using this nav bar in the dashboard as well. So here I can say name, and here I can say right, and here I can save it. And now in coming to the default, and here within this app nav bar, here I can say within this one, and here I can use this slot. So here I can say template right, and here I can use the theme toggler, so I can say flex, and here I can simply use the theme toggler, so I can say theme toggler, and if I save it, I should have that here, and we have that. So if I change theme, we have that. So this is the basic nav bar. And now let's come to this home page, and say here I can, so here we have simple, because we are giving the padding from top and bottom on different devices. Then h1 different text size based on the different devices. Then text, and keep in mind here I'm adding the NuxtUI class, this one, and then flex, and for icon this one lucid arrow upright, and for this one lucid rocket, and explore tools. And this is avatar group, this is from the NuxtUI component, and dummy basically the images, and that's it. And now if I come here and it's working fine. Now let's complete this. If I come here, this tools as well, here I can say here, and here I can say features, tools, and here, by the way, here we will have the container everywhere, so here I can keep it here, and after that we will have that features and tools. Sorry, it's my bad, here it should be at the end. And so I can paste it, and obviously this AI tools I have to import it from the constants which we have defined, and I can paste it here, tools, it should be tools, and here we have that. So what's going on here? First of all, so here we have that, we are saying this should be flex, and I'm adding the basically some margin from the bottom, and then text and p, and here we have grid, some, and we have some tools, and it's simple designing, and I'm using the NuxtUI component. So here, and here after that we can add the reviews. So start conversation, we can go to the next conversation, generate code, so we can go into the generate article, and here loved by customers, we can add the reviews, and here we can say reviews, I can say container and you container, and we have that reviews loved by customers, and I can paste that, and we should have that here. So we have that. So one thing we have to do here is to add the so if you see this is attached to the top section, so what I can do, I can add the margin here. So here I can say class is equal to the margin, and we should have that. So here we have that. So here I can also add the MB40 as well, and now we can add the reviews as well. So for that we have to add the basic reviews. I can come to the tools, where is the constant here, and here we can say reviews, and I can paste that here. So it's dummy data from the ChatGPT, so you can also use that. It's just dummy data. We have username, designation, URL, title, and review. So I can save it, and now I can use that here into the index.view, and here if I say reviews AI product, but I can manually import that here. So I can copy this one, and here I can say reviews and AI product reviews, and after that we can add the reviews, so we can paste it. So here we have that reviews. So this is the U card, by the way, and here the footer. In footer we have that this you can say we created our own basic style footers, avatar, h6 and p, and then and p a card component. By the way, this how we can create this effect. If you see some are bigger, some are small, this is the magic of this whole thing. You can see the classes. Main thing is the how we are defining the columns, and that's how it's working. If you see, if I hover on that column, so that's how it's working. So we are done with the home page. Now let's implement. If I come into the explore tools, let's fix this user, because instead of saying Opal, we should be showing the user details and each and everything. And after that we also have to add the middleware in as well, so we can protect these pages. So now let's create the middleware, and for that middleware and all that stuff, maybe for the user details as well. First of all, I can complete these basically the composables, and I can add all the details here, the missing details like the user, how we can get that, and each and everything. So first of all, here let's come here, and here here I can say const URL is equal to, by the way, you can read each and everything which I will be doing here in different bits and pieces from Better Auth docs. So each and everything is mentioned here. Installation. So basically now we are working on the client side, not here. This is the server path, and if you see we have that the client path. So we need this base URL when we basically doing this stuff. So how we can get that, I'm mentioning that. So here I can say use request URL, and here I can say const headers. Here I can say import dot meta dot server and then I can say use request headers, and otherwise I can say undefined. Now I can pass this thing here. So instead of hard coding in base URL, I can say URL dot origin, and here I can say in fetch options, and where I can pass the headers. So I can say headers. So now here I can get the sessions and user detail as well. So here I can say const session is equal to, now how you can get that. So if you come here into the, let's come to the authentication integrations, and if I come here into the Nuxt, and here if you see how we can get the session, this is the server code, don't forget to. So but on front end we can use this, but obviously we are doing a here and we will optimize it. So how, here I can say it will be use state, and within that I can say infer session from client. This is from the Better Auth, this is the type, and here I will pass the client options. This is also from the Better Auth, and it will be either can be null as well. And what will be the key? So here I can say auth session, and default value will be null, and here, and we will have the user, and here I will say infer user from client, and here client options, and auth user. We will also have the true or false if we are fetching the session or not. So I will say session fetching is equal to import dot meta dot server, and then I can say by default it will be rough false, and then I can say use state, and the key will be auth session fetching, and by default it will be false. So basically we didn't fetch the session yet, we are just defined the variable so we can use them in multiple components. So now here I can create the method called fetch session is equal to, it will be async method, and here I can say this one, and here I can say if session fetching is true, then don't call this method again because we are already fetching that. So if session fetching is true, then I can simply return, otherwise I can fetch the session. So here first of all I can say session fetching dot value is equal to true, and after that I can say const is equal to await auth client dot get session, and here I can pass the data. So I can say fetch options, and then I can pass the headers, and here we have the data, and session dot value we can assign the value. So here I can say, you can check that here as well. So here now I can say data dot session dot or, if it doesn't exist then I can say assign, I can say null. That's it. Same goes to the user, I can say user dot value, maybe here I can also check is equal to data dot session user as well, session fetching dot value is equal to false, and here I can return the data. And here I will also have another method not basically just like in WebSockets we listen to the changes, we also have this in Better Auth. So if I am in the client side, here I can say import dot meta dot client. If we are on the client side, we can listen to it. So I can say auth client dot store dot listen, and here we can listen to this thing session signal, and here we can get this signal. So I can say it will be async, and here we will have this signal. So if signal is false, it means that we don't expect any changes. So here I can simply say if signal is false, I can say return, otherwise I will fetch the session. So I can say await fetch session, and that's it. So now I can return these values. So here I can say I can return session, I can return user, also I can get if user is logged in or not. So I can say logged in, and it should be computed value. So I can say computed, and here I can say if session dot value. So it should be boolean. So here I can say, by the way, if we have one exclamation marks, it means we are saying, for example, imagine that session dot value is true, right? And if we add this single exclamation marks, we will be basically saying turn true to false or false to true. If we use two exclamation marks, that means return any basically kind of there is a concept in JavaScript called truthy values, truthy and falsy values, truthy and falsy JavaScript. You can search on that. So basically we can return any value, like if it's 0, so imagine that session dot value is 0, so this will convert these two exclamation marks, convert it to false. If session dot value is 1, then it will convert into true. So if we have any object here, it will return it to true. If we have null value here, it will return to false. So that is what we are using here. And after that, I can also return the options as well, not logged in, and I can also call the fetch session. I can return auth client as well. I don't think we are using that, so if we need that, we can use that. So this is what we have. Now let's enter the user details here. So if I come to the dashboard navbar, so I can show that here. Let's come to the Explore tools. So here we have to modify this label and each and everything. So here I can say, first of all, in along logout, I can also import the user. So here in icon, it should be dynamic. So here I can say, if basically I can say user dot image. So if this exists, then what should I say? I can enter the dummy icon. So I can say lucid user. Maybe instead of using this user, I can say circle user round one, this one. And here I can say undefined. And within that, we can add the different stuff. So, and here I can say, and here I can say u avatar. And here I can say if user dot image, if it exists, and we can add the source is equal to, I can say user dot image. Here maybe instead of using that, I can say user dot user and user dot image. So we can give the source. Otherwise, we will not show that. I can also add the alt, which is user dot name. I can simply say, and I can size should be SM. Now if we save that, we should see that here. See, we have that icon because user image doesn't exist. So after the avatar, I can add another div, span, and here I can mention the username. I can say user dot name. And here, by the way, I can completely hide this button if user doesn't exist, because we will be showing this button only for the because this is the user action. So I can, instead of using this, I can simply say if user, and here we will have the username. After that, we will add this badge at the end. So I can simply within the here, I can say if user is pro, then add the badge. I can say user badge. So if you see, we have that? No. So I can also fetch the user data here as well, which we are fetching here in the user counter. So if you see, so I can call this API and I can mention that here. I can remove this thing, and here I can say user. By the way, this is Nuxt magic. So if you see, we are calling this API and we are calling this here API as well into different components, and one component we are using here and one is here. So you can say maybe we should somehow use at one place, and we can use that data at only one place. If user exists, then we should call that. Yes, that is good thinking, but Nuxt will automatically handle for us if we are calling this API 2 times at the same time, which we are, by the way. So Nuxt will automatically cancel this thing, and this is Nuxt v4 feature. You can read more about in the Nuxt docs, and so this is also a good thing. So we will avoid one API call. So now here I can check if user data and user data dot subscription exists, then it means user is pro, and here I can simply say label pro, and I can save it. So obviously for this we will not have any why we didn't get anything. Something is wrong here. So maybe let's refresh it, because this should work. That's strange. Why it's not working? So if I mention here user, what happened? Let me debug what's wrong. So basically, as you can see, yes, we are basically I'm trying to fetch the user details, but if you remember, if I come here, we are not fetching the session at all. Still, I'm just exporting that function. So what I can do, we will add the global middleware here, and obviously we will modify that, but for now I can say here, I can say middleware, and then I can say auth.global.ts. This, by the way, this middleware will, the code we will write here, it will run for every page. Each time we will change the page, this code will run. So you can say before going into the page code, before navigation, we will be running this code. So now here I can say, first of all, I can say export default. I can say define Nuxt route middleware, and here it will be a async function, async, and here I can say simple, and it will be simple. I can say const. Basically we want to fetch the user, so I can say use auth, and here I can say fetch session. So this will run for every file. So for now here I can run that. So I can say await. I can say fetch session. So I can save it. So now if I save it, and now we should have that basically the user here in dashboard navbar, which we are showing that. So hope it will work. So if I do the login with GitHub, and if I now come into the explore tools, we should have that user detail here. I can remove this now user, and if I save it, now we have that badge and each and everything. It's working according to our expectation. So by the way, behind the scene, I have upgraded this user to pro, so that's why we can see this badge. So now obviously we are not protecting this still page. We are only basically, although we have created this middleware and which will run for every page. Now if we want to protect this page, what I can do, we can simply here I can create another composable called auth.ts. Now I can copy this code, and I can come here and I can basically paste that here, and obviously we will not be fetching the session here, so I can say logged in. If it's true, so we should redirect user. So here I can say if is logged in dot value. If it's false, then what should I do? It means user is not logged in. I can say return, and I can say navigate to, and here I can say auth, and then I can say to the login page. I should redirect it to the user page or login page. I can save it. Now obviously we have to use this middleware, so where the page we want to protect. So obviously our home page will not be protected. We don't any user should be able to visit this page, but into the dashboard page a user should be able to, only the logged in user should be able to visit this page. So here I can say middleware, and I can say here auth. I can copy this, and we have to basically replace for every page. So I can come here into the, maybe I can simply, what the shortest way it will be to, I can copy this block. So because every dashboard layout page will be protected, so I can paste that here and here as well, and along with that, just like here we want to add the auth middleware, and I can here this one. And now if I replace, now if I remove and if I go to the code, so we have that. So we are protecting every page because we are running this middleware. We will check here if user is logged in or not, then basically we want to basically redirect to user to that page. So now let's test it. So if I do logout, and yes, obviously I can visit the home page because for home page we don't have that. And now if I try to go to the explore tools, which is redirecting us to the dashboard page, I'm again automatically being redirected to the login page. So it means our middleware is working. So I have noticed some other basically the minor details which I want to fix here. So if I come into the, if I come into the login page, so as soon as user is done with the login, so I want to redirect user to the dashboard page instead of home page. Same goes to the, if I copy this one, I want to here as well. Here it should be dashboard, and I can copy it, and here as well. Same goes to the register as well. So I can here, and I can paste that and on to the here as well, and dashboard, and if you can save it. And now if I do login with GitHub, I am in the dashboard page. So now our middleware is working as well. So you can say we are done with the application. So now we can move towards the deployment, how we can deploy this application, and I can also show you so basically how we will be deploying this application to the Vercel. So let's see how it goes. So this video is a guide if basically you don't want to follow the tutorial, or you purchase this code and basically you want to run this project locally. I will also have another video where I will tell you how you can basically deploy deploy this whole application, and obviously you can enter your own environment variable values, but this is for local setup. Next video will be for the live setup or deployment setup. So now you have access to this code. I am assuming that because you can clone that, and you will have this file where I am sending the basically I have these sample variables which we need to run this application. So I can remove this thing. So now I will fill one by one variable, and I can also guide you how you can go to that. So first of all, we have Better Auth. For that, that, you can come into the Better Auth, and if you come, I can come into the installation, and obviously we don't need this stuff, we need Better Auth secret. So how we can get that? You can come into the installation, and here we can generate that. So I can generate that, and I can copy it, and you have that Better Auth secret. And the next step is to set the base URL. As we are setting this locally, so for our local base URL by default in Nuxt is 3000, so we can keep it. If you are changing it, don't forget to change that port here as well. By default it's 3000 and you are fine. Next step is to get the Nuxt Turso database URL. So this guide is for the local development. So here I will tell you how you can have the, what you will be using for the local development. So we only have to enter this URL, basically file prisma dev.db. So only you have to enter this file. And for Nuxt Turso R token, you don't need to enter this file if you are doing the local development and running this project locally. So you don't need, I'm handling that case. If I show you the basically the code, and if I go to the Prisma, we are handling that. If we are on the development phase, we don't need the auth token, so it will be handled. So now I can come here, and for app environment, as it's the local, so we can enter the development. I can copy it and I can paste that here. We will be in the development environment. So for Nuxt GitHub client ID, so you can come here into the github.website, and either here directly, or either if you come into this, they have proper guide here as well. If you come into the GitHub, and you can click on this GitHub developer portal, or I can tell you how you can directly come into the basically this GitHub to get the clients, basically these value client. You can come here into the settings, and then you come in here into the developer settings, then you come into the OAuth apps, and then you can create here the new app. So here we can give the name Nuxt AI SaaS, and here I can say recording, and then I can say local. Don't forget to replace these values, because I will be removing these whole, these tokens, and you won't be able to access that. So, and then we have to enter the homepage URL, which is, we know is 3000. I can copy it and we can paste that here. And then for authorization callback URL, as it's mentioned here, we need this one, and I can copy it. And now we can say register application, and we will have this client ID from here. I can paste that here, and in order to generate client secret, we can generate that. Confirm, and we have that client secret, and we have that GitHub client ID. How you can Nuxt is to get the Google and Google client secret. So how we can get that? I can go into the Google console. You can click on that. So you can create the new project here from clicking on that, as we already have that new project, but we can create the new project. So we will create new project. Here we will say Nuxt AI SaaS recording. I can say local, and I can say create. Let's wait, because here it should be selected. Yes, I can say select project, and it's selected. Now what's the next step? You can click on this sidebar, and then you have to come into the OAuth consent screen. OAuth consent screen. If I say get started, and here I can add my app name, so I can say local, and here I can enter my email. You can give obviously your own, so it will be external, so don't forget to select this one. Then I can say next, and email address I can give my own. I can say next, and I can say agree, and I can say continue, and I can say create. We should have that access to basically client ID and client secret. So now if I come here into the API services, and if I come into the credentials, and here by the way you have to click OAuth consent screen, and now I can click on this create credentials, and I can click on this OAuth client ID. Remember, first of all you have to come into the API services, then into the credentials, and here you have to click on the create credentials and on the OAuth client ID. If I click on that, and here I can enter the application. We have the web application, and here I have to enter the name of it, our application. I can say AI SaaS, I can say local, recording as well, recording, I can say local, and here I have to enter and it will be our application. So if you come here, and if you select on the Google, so as they have mentioned into the Google Cloud Console credentials authorized redirect URIs, so we have to enter this one. I can copy it, as it's mentioned for local development. For production we will change this base URL URL of our application. So I can come here, and here for this will be only home URL because we don't need to enter anything, and but here we have to say the complete URL we copied from here. And now I can say create, and we have that this client ID and client secret. So I can copy it. We have client ID, so I can paste it. Then we have the client secret. I can paste it, and I can say okay. And how we can get this Nuxt Gemini API? So you can search Nuxt Gemini, Google Gemini API. Google Gemini API. You have to come into this website aistudio.google.com. Then you have to select this get API keys. Then here you have to select to the create API key, and here you can select that project which we just created, Nuxt AI SaaS recording local. So let's select that. I can say create API in existing project. Now let's copy it and we can paste that here. Now we need Cloudinary variables. I can close it, and let's come to the Cloudinary website. I can say Cloudinary. Let's click. Let's do login. I will use login with Google. I can select this account. You can choose your own. I can say continue. So in order to get the the API keys, there are different ways. If you can't see this type of page, you can also come to the settings page, but here you can clearly see the names of it. So first we need cloud name. So I can copy it and I can paste it, and then if I go to API keys, now we need Nuxt Cloudinary API key, API secret. We can generate that new. So the Cloudinary sent us the email code. So I will do this behind the scene. Obviously you will get this confirmation code on your own email. So let's do that, and I will come back once I will get the information code. I will do this behind the scene. So we have that confirmation code. I can say approve, and no thanks. I can Nuxt AI SaaS recording. I can say local, and now let's copy this API key. I can copy it, and now I can copy it secret. I can copy it and I can paste it here. So next we need this Nuxt polar. So I can close this one as well, this one as well, this one as well. Now let's come to the polar. So I can say Nuxt I can say polar. By the way, yes, as I'm assuming you are doing this first time, so you can search polar sandbox. So you have to come into this website sandbox.polar.sh. If I click on that, and by the way, if you are not logged in, you have to create that account. Once you are done with the account creation, you have to come here and you have to create the new organization here. So I will say new organization, and here I will say Nuxt AI SaaS recording but local, and then I will say I understand. I can go to the create. I can enter the product name. I can say pro monthly. Here you can give any description. I am skipping that. You can attach media files as our it will be subscription monthly, it will be fixed price, and here it will be 50, and that's it. Now I can create the product. Now we can go to the dashboard, and now if I settings, let's go to the here developers. Let's come to the click on this new token. You can select all, and here I can say next AI SaaS recording, and along with that I can say local, and I can say create. So now we have that token. I can enter that, and here during local development we will only say sandbox, and next we need polar webhook secret. So how we can do that? I can come here into the webhooks. I can add the endpoint. So here the URL should always be HTTPS. So obviously by default, once we run this project on localhost, we get HTTP. If we don't have HTTPS here. So how we can do that? So you have to install this ngrok on your, if you are on Windows machine. I'm not sure if there is by the way, we can also use this with Linux as well. I'm not sure about Mac, so if there is any other way, but I think we can use that in Mac as well. So you have to basically install this ngrok on your machine, and then once this ngrok is ready for after the installation, so you have to come here and basically you have to run the following command. By the way, I am saying this for the local development. So we have to run this command ngrok http, and here if your project is running on any different port, you have to mention that port here. Then we have to say response header add, and we have to add that here and everything. And now if I run that, so why I'm getting error? Because this project is locally not running for me at least now. So I can run that project, and then obviously you can also run that. That's why we should be, this project should be running locally, then we will be able to get that. So yes, now project is running. Now here I can say run this command again. Okay, again it's throwing the error. Oh, I got it why it's giving error, because I'm already running that in another terminal. I can close this one. Sorry, it's my bad. And now yes, you have to run this one and we will get this. So this, now we get this HTTPS URL. I can copy this one. Oh sorry, it's my bad. I can copy it, and now if I can come here, and here by the way I have to mention API, then it's mentioned here in the Better Auth website, but we have to enter here. So I can come here into the plugins, then into the Polar, and if you come here at the end, so here yes, so here we have to enter here the line API auth, then into the Polar webhooks. So you have to enter this, basically the API URL here, and you can select the events. I am selecting all of them, but according to your requirements you can unselect some of them. So now I can say create. Oh sorry, here I have to select raw, and I can say create, and now we have that secret, and we can enter that here. And for this product ID, I can come here into the products, and we can say copy product ID, and here we have that. Yes, that's it. Just for the, now you have these inter variables, right? So the next thing you have to do is to basically, I'm assuming, because obviously I have this project running, everything is set up, but once you will come here, you will not have anything like here into the Prisma in the migrations files or in any DB file. So I can delete these files for now, and I will tell you how you can do the migrations locally on your machine. So I can delete these migration files. First of all, let me stop this project, and now I can say continue. I have to give the access. Yes, that is gone. I can also delete this file, and these are the commands you have to run. First command you have to run, you have to run xpx prisma generate. This is the first command. And by the way, you also have to, because if you decided like you want to extend the features of this application, you still have to run, each time, in short, you will change this schema file, right? Each time you will change this schema file, you have to basically run these commands. First command will be npx prisma generate. It will take some time. So we have that. Now the next command you have to run, this is for locally, npx. So now here you can say npx prisma, then migrate, then we can say dev, and here I can say name flag, and here you can give any name as it will be your first time. So you can say init, or you can also run basically main thing is here you can describe if you made any change into the Prisma schema, you can describe that here. So but I will be saying the init. And by the way, if you clone this project and you want to run this project locally, and you already found the, basically if I come here into the VS Code, as you can see in my Prisma folder, I have already migrations. So if you found these migration, you still have to run these commands. npx prisma generate, that is for sure you have to run that, but you don't need to basically run this command. If you have migration, if you found migration folder here, you don't need to run this command. And if I run this command, we should have that migrations folder here. Yes, you can see that we have that migration folder. Now in order to, obviously we also have to apply the migrations. So now we can simply run npx prisma db push, and we have that migrations. Now in order to verify whether it worked or not, so here I can say in order to verify npx prisma studio, and here you should have those models, all the details which you basically entered here. So it means your migrations were successful. So, and next step obviously you have to do is, before, I think I missed that step. Obviously once you will clone this repository from my account, obviously the first step you should be doing is to install all the dependencies. By the way, this should be the first step. I know I'm doing it at the end, but this should be first step, and then you should move into the basically filling these env variables. If you will run this yarn, you should install all those dependencies, and you should be good to go. Obviously mines are already installed, but you should be fine with it. So this is it. Now you are good to go with your local development. If you want to explore this on your own, you can do that. Either you want to extend the features of the application, you can do that. So this is how you can set up the local. Now in next video I will describe how basically we can do the production setup, or we can, if we want to deploy this application, how we can do that. So in this video we will see how we can basically deploy our application, right? So I have created this .env.example, so where we have to fill these variables, all of these variables. But don't forget to, first of all, you can copy that and you can create another .env file, and basically you can paste that here, this value, because we have to fill that here. So in first step we will basically deploy our first of all we will have the GitHub. So you have to push your code into the GitHub account. So if you cloned my website, right, and what you can do, you can simply change the remote URL. Like you can say search on simply Google and search how to change the git remote URL. So you can click on that, and here you can simply git remote search URL, and here you can enter your new basically remote URL. So once you have that, you can come here into the you have to come into the GitHub, Vercel, and then I can come here into the Vercel, and here you have to click on this new project, and here basically you have to enter the project details. So you have to search that. As my project name is Nuxt AI SaaS Recording, I can copy that and let's see if it exists or not. So if I search that, it didn't found, I can say configure GitHub app, then I can select this my account, and then here you can give the access, only selected repository, and you can search for this project. You can select that, it means we are giving the access to this. So I can say save, and now I can say import. So here basically we have to, before deploy, we have to override this build command. So you have to enter this npx prisma generate and yarn build. So you have to run this command. And in case of environment variables, you can simply copy these empty variables, because we will fill them one by one. So you can copy these and you can basically paste that here, and yes, it's empty. So now we can deploy that. Let's wait for the deployment to finish. So here I'm 100% sure the deployment will fail. You can see that. So but don't worry, we will fix that. So here now I can say continue the dashboard page, and here you will get the basically the URL. Obviously your will be different, so I can click on that, and now you can assume our home page is this one. So if you see, first we need Better Auth secret. So for that I can come into the Better Auth introduction, Better Auth website, and if you come here into the installation, you can generate that secret. If you click on that, here you have that secret. So you can copy that, and now you have to come into this, and here you have to come into the settings, and then you have to come into the environment variables, and here you have to enter those environment variables. Okay, that's strange. If I development, why I can't see any environment variables? We can add that. I don't know why we are not getting, but we can add them again. So I can copy it and I can paste that here, and here we can fill one by one. We have Better Auth secret, so here we have to generate that again. So I can copy it and I can paste that here. So we have that. Next we need Better Auth URL. By default it's 3000, but obviously we know this is our application URL, the deployed URL. So I can paste that, and then we need Nuxt Turso database URL. So for that you can come here into the Turso. First let's only select the Turso. You can come here into the login, basically login. I'm using login with GitHub. You can choose whatever the option you want. And now here you can create the first, maybe you have to create the basically the group. So you can create that. Here you have to enter the name, then you have to select the location. I will be selecting this because Mumbai is the closest to me. I will be selecting that, and you have to enter the name, and just you can create the group. But I will not create because I already have that. So after that you can create the database, and here you can give any name. So I will give Nuxt AI SaaS Recording Production, and here you can select I can say YouTube recording, and you can say create database. So here you can select this create token, and here I can say never, and I can say create token. And now we have these tokens. I can copy this one and I can paste that here. So we have database URL. Oh sorry, it's not, it's token one, and for database URL we need the second one. I can copy it and I can paste that here. So now we have these two values as well. So for AppEnv, here we can simply say production. Next we need GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret. So for them, you can come here into the GitHub website. First you have to come here into the your account page, and here you have to come into the settings, then you have to come into the developer settings, then you have to come here into the OAuth apps, then here you can create the new app. So here you can say, I will be saying Nuxt AI SaaS recording local instead of local, I can say production, and here I have to give the home URL, so which is this one. I can copy it and I can paste that here. And for this one, if you come here into the database, they have mentioned this thing into the GitHub, we have to enter this one, but home URL will be different. So first let's me add this, this one, and then I can copy this, the remaining thing, AI API auth GitHub. So I can copy it and I can paste that here. So now I can say registered application, you can copy it and you can paste that client ID, and for client secret you can generate new one and I can copy it and I can paste that here. Next we need Nuxt Google client ID. Let me close this one. Now we need Google. So you can come here into the Google console, then here let's create new project. So how we can create that? You can come here and here you can say create new project, and here I can give any, not this one, so I can say Nuxt AI SaaS recording local, not, but I can say production, and then you can say create. Sorry, I can remove this and I can say create. Now here don't forget to select this project. I will say select project, so that should be selected here. I can close it. Now you can select on this one, and here API and services, and then you have to come here into the credentials. Now here you have to select this create credentials, then you have to select this OAuth client ID. So as it's mentioned, to create OAuth client ID you must configure your consent screen. So I can configure consent screens. I can come here into the get started, and here I can give any name. So I can give not Nuxt AI SaaS production. I can give any name. This one I can get next, external, next, and I can say next and agree, and I can say continue, and I can say create. Now we have that configure screen. Now again I can come here into the IAP auth, then into the credentials. Now I can say create credentials, and now I can select OAuth client ID, and here we have to enter the web application, then we can give any name. So I can say next Nuxt AI SaaS production. So here we can add our base URL, this one, and we can enter that, and here we have to enter this one. So I come here into the Better Auth, and if I come here into the authentication, then into the Google, if you see we have to enter this API auth at the end. So here I can enter that, but at the end I have to enter this one as well. Sorry, I'm taking some time. I can copy it and I can paste that here. So now I can say create. So now we have this client ID, we can paste that here. Then we have this client secret as well. I can copy it and I can paste that here. Next we need Nuxt Gemini API. So I can close this one. So let's come to the here you can search Google Gemini API. Then you can come here into this website aistudio.google.com. Here you can select get API keys, this at the top. Now you can say create API key, and here basically you can select the project which we just created. You can select that, and we can say create API key, and here we have that. We can copy it and I can paste that here. Next we need this Cloudinary cloud name API key. So for that you can come here into the Cloudinary website, then you come here into the login. I will be using login with Google. Then I will select this account. You can select any whatever you want. I can say continue. So you should be redirected to this type of page, or you can come here into the settings, and here you have that API keys. If you click on API keys, first at the tab, if you see we have that cloud name, so I can copy it and I can say that cloud name, and then we need API keys. So I can select generate new API keys, and here you have to enter the confirmation code, and once you will approve that, you will get these type of API keys here. So you can copy that. I can copy it and API key, and if I hide again it will send me the confirmation code. So it means I have to do that. I will do this behind the scene. So I am entering that and I can say approve, no thanks, and now we have that, and I can copy it and I can paste that here in the API secret. So after that we need this Polar, so I can close this one. Now I can go to the Polar Sandbox. You can search for, not Polar Sandbox, that is my mistake. So you have to come still, because this application is not kind of live yet, you should still be using the Polar Sandbox, because we will be using the Polar Sandbox. So here we have to come here into the login into the Polar. You have to log in first, and here you should have the different organization here. So by the way, just to show you, not here, I'm logged logout, if I do logout, I will be here. If as soon as I will click on sandbox, I will be in this page. I will do the login, I will do with log, continue with GitHub, and here I am here. So this should be able to, you should be see this. Now I can create the new organization, and here I can say Nuxt AI SaaS. I can say recording, and I can also say production, and I can say understand, create. I can enter product information. I can say pro monthly. You can enter any description here. It will be monthly by default, fixed price, and here we can say monthly price will be 50, and that's it. I can say create product. Now I can go to the dashboard, and here you can come here into the settings page. Then you can generate this new token. I can click on that. You can select all, and I can give any next, recording, local, and along with that I will say production, and I can say create, and we have that token, and you can paste that here, access token. Next is to have that, what is the next, Polar webhook secret, Polar web server. So you will still say sandbox here, and then you have to say webhook secret. So how we can generate that? We can come here into the webhooks, add endpoint, and here we can add that endpoint. So for home page we have this one, I can say, and after that we have to say API, you have to say auth, then you have to say Polar, and then you have to say webhooks, and you can select the format raw, and you can select each endpoint. I can say create, and we have that copy secret, and I can paste that here. Now for Polar product, you can come here into the product, and you can see copy ID, and you can paste that here. Now this should, our application should work. If it didn't, we will see. I can say save, I can say redeploy, and we can say view the deployment. Let's wait for the deployment to finish, and let's see how it goes. So our deployment again failed, and if you come here into the logs, we have some issues related to the Polar the basically the for some import. So we can try this solution, and we will push that this to again. So if I come here into the nuxt.config file, and here I can say after this ESLint and production, in case of build I want to transpile these two packages, Zod and Polar SH, and if I save it, and now if I push git add, and by the way, most probably because this will be the latest code, you will not face this issue if by this solution I fix that. So I will say here, and I can say git push. So now as you can see, after this step, by the way, you will not face this error because I will update this code, and you will be fine with it. Our application is deployed, and we can see that if I come here, and I can see that, but there is still one thing is missing, which I'm 100% you guys can face issue, as we have that, yes, we have that migrations, we have this migration folder, but you have to run, because our remote database, if I come here into the remote database where we have that the Turso, if I come here into the Turso, not this one, if I go to the dashboard, and this is our, I think this, yes, this is the database we created. If I come here into database, I can't see anything, right? There is nothing here, we don't have any data. If I click on this edit data, there is no model, anything like that at all. So we have to apply the migrations. So how we can apply the migration? You can come here into the Turso, it's mentioned here into this, as we are using the Prisma, you have to run this command, and and for that keep in mind you must have installed the Turso CLI as well, and for that I will mention the timestamps where I'm describing how you can install the Turso CLI, but if you can figure on your own, that is also a good thing. They have instructions for every Windows system. Main thing is you should have installed this WSL, so but I'm not going to explain here. Main thing is you should have installed Turso CLI, then you have to run this command. So first of all I have to run this, I can clear, and I can make it bigger, and I can say WSL, yes. So now I'm in the basically Windows Linux system, and now keep in mind, as yes, now we have only one migration folder, so imagine that you have 2 to 3 folders, so you have to do this for step by step. So what exactly you have to enter here? I can simply paste that here, the command I copied from here, this one, and now I have to replace the content of it. First of all, this this init one I have to replace with my own folder. I have to copy this folder here, and I have to copy that. I can say rename, and I can copy this content, and I have to paste that here, and I can paste that here. And after that you also have to change this through this database name as well. So you have to say our database name is basically, I can come here and I can copy it. Our database database name is the Nuxt AI SaaS Products. If I make it bigger, and I think we can copy that from here, and I can copy it and I can paste that here. So now we have that as well. Now let's run this project. This basically the migrations. This is to migrate basically the apply the migrations on remote database. Now if I refresh, we should have those models. See, we have now these models here. And now let's run the project and let's test live if it's working or not. So if I go to the explore tools page, I should be redirected into login page. And now if I try to log in here, and if I say login with I can say maybe let's log in with random email. I can say hafiz1@gmail.com, and I can same goes to I can enter the same password and I say sign in. I should get the error. Are we getting the error? Yes, we are getting the error, but for some reason I'm not showing that. But don't worry, the code I am deploying that it will be fine, and you will be able to see that error. Now if I log in with GitHub, it's the first time though, so it will ask the authorization, and I'm at the home page and I can do that. So if I come here into the database, we should have that content here as well. If I refresh and if I come here into the user, yes, we have that user, we have that session, we have that API element. So everything is working fine, and that's how you can deploy your application, and that's how basically you can run this on your production level as well. If you face any issue, any kind of error, you can contact me.